Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Turn that up. Probably really loud. Hold on. Probably really loud. Let's go. All right, boys. We waited eight long months for this moment. It is time to lock in. It is time. It's finally time to lock in. Get this W. How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome to my reaction to Tennessee versus Syracuse. We got a big one tonight, of course, between us. We're going to find out a lot about how good Tennessee is. We're going to find out a lot of things about college football. In case you guys are wondering, I've got all the other games up here, including Ohio State versus Texas. I'm going to be watching that while I'm watching this. Keeping my head on a swivel and watching both of them as they go down. The college football season has just officially kicked off. Of course, we had some games on Thursday and Friday. Very interesting results. A lot of them very interesting results. Had some great games last night that finished up. We'll talk about that in a minute. But, yeah, welcome to the stream, everybody. I know it's been a while. I do apologize for not getting before the chaos finished, before the season started. One thing I will keep in mind for next year is I'm going to make sure to get that started way sooner in advance, so that way I have more than ample time to prepare for it, because it just sort of jumped on me at the very last second. I had a lot of things come up in between when I started and then, today. So that sort of, I guess, ended in what became not being able to finish. But next year, I'm going to prepare for that way easier. I'm going to try and make it up to the SEC and Big Ten fans who are looking for that before the chaos. But, yeah, that's the basic gist of what's been going on. Of course, College Football Chaos will be on the same schedule as always, every single Wednesday at noon. So you make sure not to miss that. It'll be out for channel members probably Tuesday evening, Tuesday night. You know, it just sort of depends on how fluent the editing process goes. We'll see. I have this on script, okay? So I originally was going to do about 20 games this week. You know, the big ones, I had all the big ones written down, all of the conference competition, some of the bigger games on the schedule. I didn't really do, if there was a Power 5 team going up against an FCS team. But ever since then, I've had to write down, 10 to 15 more games I'm going to cover, because you have so many teams that are either playing above their pay grade or a team playing way below it. For example, Wake Forest last night. Kennesaw State versus Wake Forest. Final score 10-9. Wake Forest looked absolutely terrible. Even though they won, I mean, a 1-0 start is good for, a new coach, but I expected way better of Jimmy Dickert and Wake Forest. I don't think they're getting anywhere close to 8 wins with an offense like that, just being completely honest. I mean, credit to Kennesaw State. They look better, way better than they usually do, but no, that's not what you should be looking for when you're looking for a rebuild, having to beat Kennesaw State by one single point. So, yeah, bad performance by Wake Forest. But a win's a win at the end of the day, and they're by far, not even close. They're by far not the worst of the week so far. There are plenty of other people that have been way, way worse. And we're going to talk about that in a bit. We got about 30 minutes till this Tennessee game kicks off. Ohio State, Texas. Lee Corso getting ready to make his final pick. Once that starts, I'm going to go ahead and pivot over to that. But for now, yeah, no. We got a week of college football ahead of us, boys. Scott Crawford with the $10 super chat. Much appreciated, buddy. He says, cannot wait for the college football weekly chaos video. Offense is optional. Well, for many teams, you are absolutely right. That wasn't the case for a lot of teams last night, but it certainly was for Wake Forest. If you want to talk about a massive disappointment, holy hell, what in the world happened to Army and Boise State? Two group of 5 contenders from last year ended up flat out embarrassing themselves these past 2 days. Boise State goes out and just gets absolutely obliterated by the Josh Heupel tree, Alex Golish. Now, I knew Boise State would take a fall because of the loss of Ashton Ginty, but I didn't think they'd go from, playoff contender offense to doesn't exist offense. And that's exactly what happened. Maddox Madsen, obviously not the answer for quarterback. They couldn't get the run game going at all. They're about to make the picks for Syracuse, Tennessee right here. I got to pivot to this. Kirk picks Tennessee. Everybody picked Tennessee, in fact. And they all pretty much said the same thing. Joey Aguilar is going to be the hero for Tennessee tonight. They're a more talented team. That's about the expected thing. Here go Alabama, Florida State. Damn it. Are there going to be any morons out there that are going to pick Florida State? Please do. That would be something funny, wouldn't that? Yeah, this is going to be a Bama sweep. What about BYU? What about him? The offense is optional? Possibly. Well, I mean, we'll see. They have yet to play. They played today, don't they? Yeah, we have yet to see what they can do. I think the loss of Retzloff is going to be a big hitter for them, though. That's what I think. Oh, good grief! Yep, Dadgum Lee Corso. He picked Florida State. Trying to retire in style. Yeah, man. Kirk said it best. Florida State might play their hearts out, but Alabama's just far more talented. Army without Daly and Boise without Ginty Ball Army without Daly and Boise without Ginty Ball are bottom tier teams, apparently. Yeah. A massive fall off. I don't know how you do that. I mean, credit to Tarleton State for beating Army. I mean, obviously that's a huge win for them considering the paycheck they got to go in there and do it, but I just can't believe that. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Virginia Tech, South Carolina, everybody's siding with South Carolina. As a Bama fan, I thought we were a pretty annoying fan base, but boy, Florida State is the most annoying in college football by a lot. Yeah. Whichever team wins this game, we're going to have to hear about it, and I'm expecting it to be Alabama. I think they're going to roll through Florida State. Especially after Castellanos gave them all the ammunition they needed. Any Syracuse fans in here? I want to know if you think that you have a shot against us today. I think Syracuse could put up a fight, and it all comes down to their defensive line. I just got the news that our five-star offensive tackle, David Sanders, had a lot of potential this year. He's going to be out for this game. Don't know why, whether if it's for injury or something else, but he's not playing in this game. So we're going to have to bring in a backup for our line. I mean, we built our line pretty well, but it's got a lot of questions, and if Joey Aguilar is not given enough time to throw, it could be a bad day. We'll see. We'll see. Hey, man, at least your team faces a Power 5 team this week. At least Marshall seems like a fun team. Hey, you should be great for that. You should be grateful for that. I envy the teams that get to start out with a cupcake. They get to get a feel of their offense, know exactly how to feel, what it looks like. They get all of that early in the year. And then, by that point, you got a feel of your offense. Your coach has got a feel of the offense. And you go out there in your next game, and then you probably win. Especially since we're talking about Georgia of all teams. I like Syracuse coach. Fran Brown's he's an interesting fellow. I'll say that much for sure. He might not be able to shower for a while, but Penn State and Nevada, yeah, Penn State, they're gonna roll through Nevada today. There are actually people taking the not just the under for that game. There are people picking Nevada to cover. You got to be a fool to do that, I think. Penn State's just so much more talented. I don't understand why there's people that are picking Nevada to cover. You have to be really, really high on the Wolfpack to even think about that. Because Penn State's one of the top, without a doubt, one of the top 5 most talented teams this year. And that's the thing about James Franklin. It's a lot like Brian Kelly. He can beat the ever-living hell out of all of these teams that are below him. But when it's time to face equal or, even above competition, that's where the struggle comes in. But James Franklin's been way better about that than Brian Kelly has. They're covering LSU Clemson now. Yeah. Dez and Lee Corso pick LSU. I don't know what they're watching. I don't know if they realize that Brian Kelly is their head coach and they haven't won a season opener since 2019, but I don't know. Here's the final pick. Picking Texas, Ohio State. Can we talk about how soft Ohio State is for banning Dave Portnoy? First, they want to outlaw planting the flag in the middle of the field. And then now they got to ban people because they're too mean and they're Michigan fans. They're never going to drop the little brother allegations against Michigan. That's just never happening. This might be a Texas sweep. Dez picked Texas. Nick picked Texas. Pat just picked... Oh, never mind. Never mind. It's not a Texas sweep. Pat just picked... He did the horns down. Oh, Texas fans are about to get offended by that, and then Kirk also picks Ohio State. So it's split in the middle. It'll be up to Lee to split that up. James Franklin and Brian Kelly, the dual kings of underperforming with talent. Yeah, well, at least Penn State made the semifinals last year. That did not happen with BK. Burger King done screwed himself out of that. Let me go ahead and update this. Scott Crawford with the 2 says Ball State or Purdue. I'm gonna pick Purdue. I do think Purdue get the win today because I'm a believer in that staff. I'm a believer in that coaching staff. I think they'll get Purdue changed around at some point in time. It's gonna take a while because you got to start from the bottom. Literally, you can't go any lower than what Purdue did last year. So. The only place to go up from there is up, and I think they do. It may be slow, it may be a small climb, but I think they'll do it. A Truck Series playoff race and a Tennessee Syracuse game at the same time. Yeah, no, this is a big week for football. I'm telling you that much. This is a big week in general. I don't know if you guys know this or not. I doubt you do, but the Open Network test for Sonic Racing Crossroads came out Thursday night at midnight. And I locked the hell in. I really enjoyed that game, and I think the Open Network test is still going to be open on Tuesday when I do Tardaria Tuesday. So I'm going to try and play that when it comes out, or it's already come out. But it's the Open Network test it started on Thursday. It ends sometime Tuesday night, so it might end by the time we get there. But I don't know. We'll see. Purdue is aiming for 0-12 this year. Can they pull off the loss this week? Perhaps. Maybe. No, I think if there's anybody that's going 0-12 in the Power 5, it's absolutely Stanford. Stanford is unbelievably terrible. Hawaii was their easiest game of the season, and they pissed that away too. They're not winning a single game this year. I don't think they are. I mean, it's possible that they could wound up, shocking the world and then beating somebody that they're not supposed to. And if that happens, the team that loses is automatically Clown of the Week because Stanford is probably the worst. It's the worst Power 4 team I think we're gonna see in a long time. Because this is a buffer year. They don't care about this year. They really do not care one bit. Well, you could lose to Tarleton State. I didn't even know that school existed. Well done, Tarleton. Army, what on earth? Yeah, Army's a flat-out mess for sure. And I had some hype in Army this year too, and the fact that they went out there and pissed themselves that quick, yeah, no, bad week, bad week if you're an Army man. Toledo or Kentucky, that is a tough one. That is a really, really tough one. I gotta pick Kentucky because I do think they're the more talented team, but it wouldn't be that shocking to me if Toledo went in there and pulled off the upset. I don't know. If they do, then I think at that point you can just go ahead and kiss Mark Stoops' job goodbye. They're going to basically throw the season away for John Sumrall. Or at least that's what they should do. I can't say that for sure. 41 people in here, you guys. Appreciate all of y'all for being here. I'm going to end this poll in just a second, so make your votes now if you haven't already. Right now, Texas is leading by a small margin. I also picked the Longhorns, by the way. I do think they're the better team in this game. I do have a lot of hype in Arch Manning, but not only that, but I have a lot of hype in Texas's defense. I think they're the best defense in the country right now. Ohio State's defense is definitely good, but unfortunately, they don't have 11 Caleb Downs on the field, so yeah, I do think Texas is going to barely get the jump here tonight. Do you think it would be a repeat of last year where Tennessee offense is terrible, but the defense saves the team? Could be. The defense is arguably better than it was last year. Now, it's not going to be as electric because of the loss of James Pierce Jr. We don't have a superstar like that, but this defense has way more depth than it did in years prior. That's the thing about this team, and the thing about Heupel, is that rather than focusing on trying to build a team of superstars, he's building one with a lot of depth. So pending any sort of injuries happen, he's got somebody that can go right back in there and make the jump happen. So all that to say, injuries are not going to be an excuse this year if we wound up blowing it. But the defense has a lot more depth than it did previously. Everything sort of all depends on how well the offensive line is going to do tonight. I do think Joey Aguilar has a lot of potential with this Heupel offense, because a lot of the same talking points you hear about Joey Aguilar are the same that you hear about Hendon Hooker and the same that you hear about every other quarterback under Heupel. Sometimes they've been right, like with Nico. He wound up sucking, and now he's going to be UCLA's problem. Can't wait for that, by the way. But, I mean, Joe Milton kind of had the same problem, was never able to get it together, kept overthrowing. Hendon Hooker was the guy that came in, a lot of people say, he throws a lot of interceptions. Then he comes in and he slings all over the field, and that wound up being the right pick. So, we don't really have an answer for what it could be. Maybe it winds up being the best pick of all time. Maybe it winds up sucking. I don't know. We'll see. But it all sort of depends on that. Either way, though, I think the run game, in my opinion, I think the run game is going to just completely melt that Syracuse defensive front. I mean, we'll see. Squid, would you say Dion of Clown of the Week for poor clock management? The clock management thing, I mean, Stanford did that too. And I know that was last week, but there are a lot more contenders for Clown of the Week. I mean, that was a really bad clock management by Dion for sure. I don't know what in the world that was about. I mean, you had a chance to go down the field and score, and that was just really, really bad. But some of that definitely was on Salter too. Huge win for Georgia Tech, by the way. I did pick them to go in and win that game, but the way that they did it, I mean, that was a tough, hard-fought win. And they spotted Colorado 3 turnovers. Literally, back-to-back-to-back fumbles from Georgia Tech, and somehow Colorado only got 10 points out of that. And then, of course, Georgia Tech was winning at halftime. Then the game's tied 21 apiece, or 24, I forget. I think it was 21 apiece, or 20. And then, it was 20 apiece in the last minute of the game. Haynes King, the absolute legend, pulls off the most Derrick Henry-ass run I've ever seen from a quarterback, and then winds up winning the game for Tech. Georgia Tech is going to be a beast this year. And there's your final pick from Lee Corso. He has picked the Buckeyes of Ohio State. I mean, we all sort of expected that. That's the best way to send a goodbye to him, is for him to pick the team that he first picked. So, yeah. It's a fantastic career for Lee Corso. I'll probably make not a get out video for Lee Corso, because that obviously isn't what I want to do, but like a goodbye video. I like to switch it up sometimes. Power to Tardaria, Carter Williams. Yes, yeah, you're absolutely right. Power to Tardaria. No matter what happens tonight, no matter how this group of college kids disappoints me or makes me happy, all I know is that power to Tardaria. That's what I know. Salter did burn a ton of clock getting it to the sideline where he could have just taken the first. Yeah, like I said, part of that, a lot of that was not on Dion. I mean, the fact that they weren't, Colorado lost not because of that. Colorado lost because Georgia Tech gave them 3 turnovers, and they couldn't do anything with them other than score like maybe 10 points. That's why that was as bad as it was. That's why that went the way it did. Here, now that Corso's made his pick, I'm going to turn this down. Because it's about game time. It's past noon. I mean, we're getting to that point now. Let me load up ABC so that I can go ahead and get on there. Hold on. Bless me. All right. Yeah. Bless you, Squidtard. All right. Well, this game will be starting at any point now. I'll go ahead and end this poll here.
Join us. Partners so excited to get another season kicked off with you. But as much orange as
Scott Crawford, appreciate the 10, says Tardaria going to win the Natty this year. Abso-freaking-lutely. Tardaria wins the Natty every year. Don't you forget. We're three-peat national champions.
Here on ABC. We thank you for that. And you might be trying a tier as well. League Corsos.
We're going to be bringing in a new quarterback, though, once that starts around.
But college football in League Corso is synonymous. I mean,
is multi-view not possible?
Tunes in on Saturdays, tunes in
I guess we'll have to wait a bit.
Educate, and lastly,
I'm not sure why, but what can you do?
Emotional.
I mean, most people's eyes are going to be on these two games anyway. The only other games that we got going on, Mississippi State, Southern Miss, Florida Atlantic, Maryland, Ball State, Purdue, Northwestern, Tulane. I do think that's going to be a good one. I want to watch that. Duquesne versus Pitt, VMI and Navy, yeah, Merrimack and Kent State. Ooh. Then, of course, 45 minutes later, Toledo and Kentucky kick off. So, most people's eyes are going to be on these two games right here. Texas, Ohio State, Tennessee, Syracuse. We hear the game audio? Yeah, I know.
To transfer from Notre Dame, the redshirt junior who's making his second.
I meant to turn that off. Thank you for reminding me. I tried to leave it as low as I possibly could, but I just forgot to turn off desktop audio, so thank you for reminding me to do that. Wouldn't it be a Squidtard stream without something being stupid technological-wise, would it? Last week, we had this huge problem come up during the Fumble-Get-In game, where the scoreboard down here kept playing an embedded advertisement every 5 minutes, and I couldn't figure out how to stop it. I finally figured it out at halftime. I just turned down the browser volume for OBS, and that seemed to have pulled it off. So if any problems arise, just give me a heads up, and I'll see if I can fix it. But yeah, no. I did get a new camera last week, so that's a huge plus. In case you guys are wondering where the other camera has gone off to, is right here. It's my cat cam for when the cats come in here. And they'll either sit under the bed, or a lot of the time they'll sit right here and just lay on the bed. So that's what I've got that camera set up for. But no, this is my main camera now, and it's a lot better. It's a lot more high def, and it runs a lot smoother and it also doesn't freeze. That's the biggest thing for me, is that it doesn't freeze midway through the stream, or at least it never has. So I mean, I might jinx myself and it might freeze during the stream, but I haven't had that problem yet, knock on wood, so we'll see if that'll pan out well. Squidtard Sports says, Nico Amalivia going to have a big impact on leaving good old Rocky. I mean, could have a great impact for Tennessee and a bad one for UCLA. That's how I think that could go. Purdue already scored? Looky there. How about Purdue? Yeah, you're right. 40 seconds into the game, and Purdue already scored. Well, there you go. That's, like I said, completely different team than last year. Last year, Purdue couldn't score with 60 minutes. Now they can score with 40 seconds. Good for Purdue. What's going on, Flamin' Sports Media? Yep, I got the bubble screen counter set up, Scott. Just to make sure that I can collect as many bubble screens as possible. O Bates with the 5 says, well, since I'm the only Syracuse fan in here, I'm prepared to watch my team lose. Well, I appreciate you coming in here, buddy. I mean, whether or not you guys win or lose today, I appreciate all of you guys for being here and supporting the channel. That's the biggest thing, is that I'm way more of a college football fan than I am a Tennessee fan. Obviously, I love my Vols, and I hope they win tonight, and I'll be super upset and probably crash out if they don't. But no, I just love watching college football, and I know you guys too, and I appreciate all your support with this channel. Maybe Purdue will win 3 games this time. I don't know. I don't know, maybe 4. Maybe 4. Ooh. LSU will beat Clemson tonight, buddy. I mean, I hope so. You know, I wouldn't be upset in the slightest if LSU went in there and beat Clemson. I'm just saying that that's probably not going to happen. You guys are the more talented team. I think you got a lot more talent on the field. But the problem is, your coach is Brian Kelly. And the game management from Brian Kelly in these hard-fought games, especially in season openers, and especially on the road, good luck. Good luck. Picking LSU to win this game is going against everything about Brian Kelly. So good luck with that. Scott Crawford with the 20. Appreciate it, but he says, give us a refund. I want my money back. Maybe. Appreciate the 20 though, man. Those Hawks about to lay belt to ass on a helpless FCS school and beat State. Well, I think it's going to be a good game because Marshall's entire basically Marshall, that's Marshall right there. Marshall's entire team transferred to Mississippi or Southern Miss. So this could be a problem for Mississippi State today. We'll see. We shall see. I'm going to try and see if I can get this multi-view working. Oh, look at that. Mississippi State just did the Purdue. Touchdown State. Here we go. All right, multi-view's open. There's only one, and it's the best one possible, so we'll just go ahead and open that one up. Yeah, good win for State right there. By the way, in case you guys don't know, the FBS report, obviously, since TCU and North Carolina are going to be playing on the time that we usually do our show, we're actually going to be moving the FBS report to Tuesday night. So what I'm probably going to end up doing is I might be flip-flopping the days that I usually do FBS report in Tart Area Tuesdays. And what I'll probably end up doing is I'm going to be playing Sonic Cross Worlds early in the afternoon on Monday. And then on Tuesday we'll do the FBS report. Joey looks nervous. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. He's got a lot of expectations to fulfill. In fact, I think it's about time to stand up. It's about to be game time, and you best guarantee that I'm locked in for this game. I'm nervous as hell. I ain't even gonna lie. And I mean, I'm nervous as hell for anybody that we play. We could be playing the Oreo cream pie school to death, and I'm still gonna be nervous about it. I will not lie one bit. I hope it's like the Kent State game last year where it took all but 5 minutes not to be nervous anymore. All right, and here's the kick. Game is officially started. It's going to be returned by Tennessee. And it's just going to take a knee, and it's going to be a touchback. So Tennessee is going to get the ball to start. We're going to get a quick taste of the Joey Aguilar offense to start out this game. We're going to find out real quick just how good Joey Aguilar can be under the pressure. I have no idea how this is going to pan out, but we'll see. We'll see. Cross your fingers and pray for the best. That's all you can do in this situation. Yeah, go to Mississippi State. They just scored on Southern Miss. I don't know. Maybe State's improved like Auburn this year. I don't know. We'll see. Here we go, everybody. From the 25-yard line, here's Tennessee on their first drive. And whistle is blown. Not sure what that's about. What's going on? The refs couldn't figure out how to spot the ball. So starting for the 25, 3 receivers out, man moving in motion. Here's your handoff. No, it's a play action. Caught. First down for Tennessee. How about that perfectly thrown pass by Joey Aguilar right there? 100% completion rate at Tennessee. Woo! Mike Matthews at the great catch. The drive will continue. From the 38-yard line, here's a handoff. No, it's going to be a bubble screen! And it works! A bubble screen that works! Can you believe it? It was a reverse bubble screen. We got our first one of the day, fellas. And it actually worked. It didn't go back. It was a 9-yard gain. 2nd and 1. This one's going to be a handoff. No, it's Aguilar back to throw in the pocket. He's going to take a deep shot down the field. He might have a man. And incomplete. But there is several flags being thrown out there on the field. They look to be on the orange. Woo! We'll see. This might be on Tennessee. I don't know. There was a lot of contact there. But this will probably be on cues. Scott Crawford with the 5. Appreciate it, buddy. Says, football at any level makes me nervous. No kidding. Pass interference on cues. The ref ball is on us. Oh, yeah, a lot of contact on that one. Dude wrapped his hands around Chris Brazzell. Yeah, you can't be doing that, obviously. In fact, he put his hands on his face mask. So now that penalty will put Tennessee at the 38-yard line of Syracuse. They're 30 seconds into this, and already some good stuff. They're bringing the blitz. This is going to be a handoff up the middle. Good blocking up front. Gets about 5 yards out of that. That's the first run of the day. And, yeah, that was the Deshaun Bishop. And looks like he's going to be the... I don't know who they're going to... I guess he's the starter for today. I don't know if they're going to do that, like, crazy running back system. Oh, low snap. Ball's fumbled. It is recovered. But there is a flag on the play. Well, I don't know what that was about. And there's your first false start of the day. We knew that was coming. It's the Tennessee way. Heupel looks pressed, and I can't blame him. Umarov, of all people. Who let Lance Hurd back out there? Ay. All right, well, here we go. 2nd and 10 from the 38. Here's Aguilar looking down the field. They're getting some pressure on him. Rolls out of the pocket, throws late, and batted and incomplete. So it's going to be 3rd and 10. Those penalties will kill your drive, man. And I don't think we're in field goal range, so we can't even rely on that either. Bummer. Watching the game on another tab, rooting for the Vols, but I hope Iowa Hawkeyes score 60. Boy, if Iowa scored 60, that's the day the world burns. Here it is, 3rd and 10. Aguilar back to pass. They bring big pressure. There's a halfback screen. Great blocking. Goes down inside the 20, and that's another first down for Tennessee. Incredible blocking on the running back screen to Deshaun Bishop. Great job, and it is another first down for Tennessee. Hell yeah. The offense is running fluently, and I know this is the Syracuse Squidtard, but I'm going to be happy about it. Here's a run up the gut. No gain there. Great hit by the corner, and that's going to be maybe a yard on the play. Maybe a yard. Oh, it is gritty time. You're right. All right, I'll hit the gritty once we get to commercial break. I haven't been keeping track of that. All right, 2nd and 9 for Tennessee. They're at the 16-yard line here. Man rolling out of the pocket. Here is Aguilar. Throws to the outside and incomplete. Tried to get to Mike Matthews. Guys all around him, and he was not able to hold on. Just a really bad off-target throw by Aguilar there. Well, work out the kinks early. That's all there is to it. As long as we end this drive with some points, I won't be mad about it. Here it is, 3rd and 9 from the 16-yard line. Aguilar back to throw, looking for a man. He's going to throw to the end zone and overthrown and incomplete. Tried to look for Chris Brazzell, tried to throw it to him up high, and it was way too high. So it's going to be 4th and 9, and we're going to bring the field goal unit out. Black Shirt 500 with the 5. Appreciate it, buddy. Says, Husker fan here. I personally would have loved a series versus the Vols, but we said no. But that game Thursday was close. Hope you're well, man. Appreciate it, Appreciate it, man. Really, really do. Thank you for the 5, brother. And yeah, great win against Cincinnati. I'll talk about that in a minute. Here's a 34-yard attempt for Tennessee right here. It's going to put them up. And it is up, and it is good. So there's your first 3 points of the day to Tennessee. Not a bad drive. I mean, we're trying off the bat trying to work out this brand new offense against this Syracuse defense. I'm not going to be mad about us scoring any sort of points. This is big. This is a big improvement. I just want to go ahead and throw that out there because last year, we wouldn't have been able to do that. In fact, I don't even think we would have scored a single point until the second half. So yeah, huge improvement right there. The Heupel offense is still exactly as I remember it. Trying to run the ball down their throats, fool them with the bubble screens, fool them with something else, and then when you can, take a deep shot. If we can get that worked out, this offense will definitely be way better. We'll see. Joey Iamaliava, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. This guy ain't no Nico. This guy ain't another Nico. Purdue is running down the throats of Ball State. They are doing whatever they want to this Ball State defense. Here's 3rd and goal, rolling out of the pocket. He's going to throw it. No, he's not going to throw it. And a perfect run right there by the quarterback. Wow. And they don't give Purdue no respect, man. The scorebook guy definitely had an error because they just put the touchdown Ball State thing up there, but Purdue was the one that scored. So Soilermakers doing whatever they want to here on Ball State, now up 14-0. Nebraska won due to luck. I'm not going to deny that. I mean, I'm not going to say that's how it happened either. I give Nebraska a lot of shit for a lot of things, but that's not one of them. That's not their fault that happened. That was Brendan Sorsby being a complete moron and then just throwing a desperation throw, trying to be a hero and screwing him over in that position. Because they had all the time in the world to get down the field. You know what I mean? They were already driving. They were getting chip play after chip play. And all you had to do was just keep that up, and you could get to that point where you could kick a field goal and take it to overtime. And you're at home. So there's that going for you too. But no, the quarterback tried to play hero, threw in a triple coverage. Nebraska made him pay for it, and that's how they won. So, I mean, the reason I won't rag on Nebraska for that win is because any other year, Nebraska loses that game. Nebraska finally won a close game. And that's a huge thing for him. That is absolutely huge for him. Hey, Squid, what do you think about Boise State getting their chain snatch on national television the other day? Well, one thing's for sure. Ashton Jeanty was that team. I knew they'd take a fall off after he left, but I didn't expect him to go from great offense to zero offense, and that's exactly what happened. But I guess that's what happens when you put all the pressure on Maddox the Madman. I mean, and that's exactly what that was. He is not the guy. He was just completely rattled the entire time. He got strip sacked by the air, literally. What in the hell is this kick formation? You guys see this? What in the hell was that? It looked like they were trying to line up for an onside kick. Here's the kickoff. Boom. Okay, never mind. It is not an onside kick. This one is going to roll out, and it'll be a touchback. So the Orange are going to get the start at the 25-yard line. Now we get to see just how well this Tennessee defense has adapted from last year. Steve Angeli, this is his second career start, and he's been around for a while. He's Notre Dame's backup for the last 3 years. Now he's going to actually get some playing time here. We'll see what he can do. I'm surprised they didn't go with Ricky Collins, but, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We might get some action from him if Angeli comes out and starts playing like do. Here it comes, 1st and 10 for Nebraska at the not Nebraska. I got them in my head. For Syracuse at the 25-yard line. 3 receivers out. This is going to be a throw. A nice completion right there to the 30, past the 40. My goodness. Huge gain right there. Tennessee brought the pressure, and it left the running back wide open, and they got a huge gain out of it all the way past the 40. The Manning glaze is unbearable. I don't think he's the best quarterback in the history of history. That's obviously not the truth. But I do think there are some, I do think there are some problems with Arch that are going to have to be answered, especially on the road, but I do think he's a really good quarterback. I think he'll show his potential in this game. We'll see. 1st and 10 for Q's now. 3 receivers out once again. This is going to be a handoff up the middle. No gain. Completely shut down right there by the Tennessee D line, and it'll be 2nd and 9 probably. Matt Patricia as a coach in the Big 2025 is a terrible hire. Well, how bad can it be? That's the question. At least you're not the Cowboys. That's the thing I always, tell myself. At least Jerry Jones isn't your manager. 2nd and 9 here for Q's at the 47-yard line. Got a guy in motion, 3 receivers out. This is going to be another handoff up the gut. Break some tackles, but still can't get much out of it. Maybe about 4 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 5 or 3rd and 6. They're trying to test this Tennessee D line early. And so far, it hasn't necessarily paid off for them. We got a man down on the field, a Tennessee man specifically. Oh, that's Jackson Moy. Defensive lineman. This is the... Don't tell me. I can't do this, man. I don't know how this keeps happening every single year. Jackson Moy transfer comes in to help out the... I'm thinking of the offense, man. The same thing happened to Keenan Peely. Keenan Peely comes in as a transfer back in 2023. Doesn't even see the field. It gets injured instantly every single time. So I cannot be dealing with that again. Aflac, I hate. Anybody, I cannot stand those Aflac commercials. Yeah, Jackson Moy went down. And again, this is the exact same thing that happened to Keenan Peely. So God, we can't be having that this early. You on one tab and Red on the other. College football is back, and thanks for what you do. Appreciate it, JKFH. I think I got that down. Appreciate it, buddy. Cowboys will go 2-15 in 2025. That would be funny. God, that management is so terrible. I mean, that is some awful management. I'd crash out if that were my management, but thankfully I'm a college fan, not an NFL man. That's why I don't care as much that the Saints are absolutely terrible. Because they are. The Saints are not good at all. Afternoon, Squid. Do we have an man? Oh no, there's a man down for the Vols. Yeah, Jackson Moy, another transfer that came in, and on the third play on the defensive side of the ball, he goes down. I mean, I'm telling you, this exact same thing happened to Keenan Peely. Really hyped up defensive player goes down early. We never see him again. I mean, hopefully he comes back. I don't think it's like a career-ending injury. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 10, says Ohio should have beat Rutgers. It's definitely a close game, I'll say that much. But yeah, just as some of these other teams did, they screwed themselves out of it by taking too much time. Not to mention the fact that they were, they were down early. Rutgers was like beating them pretty bad early, and then they had to fight their way back. Again, though, I mean, they weren't the worst team from the Big Ten that had their. I mean, the Big Ten West teams. Oh my goodness! Even though the Big Ten West doesn't exist anymore, it's what happened on Thursday that makes you remember exactly why they did. Minnesota looks terrible. They're going to be 7-5 probably again. I mean, we all sort of expected that, but yeah, they don't look good at all. I mean, Nebraska at least won, so that's a good jump for them. But it's against Cincinnati. You know, with that loss for Cincinnati, Scott Satterfield is one way. He's one leg out the door now. I really don't see how Scott Satterfield makes it through this season without having a huge jump in the Big 12. I mean, Colorado did. Colorado lost to Nebraska and then found a way to win, 9 games. So we'll see. Here's 3rd and 5 for Q's at our own 49-yard line. Got to get to the 46. Wide receivers spread out 4 wide. Tried to get him to jump off sides. Tennessee did not fall for it. Some motion on the field. Running back switches to the other side. Got a man in motion. Moving over to the left. Here's the pass play. Looking down the field, throws over the middle, and a great completion over the middle. Wow. Over the defender's head, and he's able to catch it, and that is a first down for 'Cuse. There's that Tim Banks defense I know and love, but we do have a flag on the play. Wow, illegal shift. Bro, ref ball's coming to save the day today, man. I don't know what the deal is with that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Yep, illegal shift by the wide receiver, and it's going to be, I guess it's going to be 3rd and 10 now, or 3rd and 15. Either way, it's going to be a lot less manageable for 'Cuse now. Yeah, 3rd and 15, so that's a 10-yard penalty. Oh boy, yeah, that's real tough for 'Cuse. I'm telling you, man, these penalties will just completely fry your drive. But I don't know, maybe this is what Tim Banks does best, is let teams go down there. Okay, never mind, it was 3rd and 10. Here we go, pass play. Looking down the field, then Jelly throws late, got it to his man, but it's well short, and it is going to be 4th down. Pressure was all over him. That Tennessee D-line gave him very little time to throw, and Tennessee's going to get the ball back. From the looks of it, it looks like edge rushing is still, it's not going to be a problem. God, and Jelly got nailed right there. Absolutely nailed right there. And it is going to be 4th and 7 now. 'Cuse obviously going to give the ball back to Tennessee. Jake Stonehouse with the punt. And it's a good one, rolling into the 15-yard line. And it'll be a fair catch. Fran Brown obviously agitated by that screwing over that drive. Ohio State's going for it here on 4th down. They do the shotgun, throw over the middle, and oh no, he dropped it. He had it. He had his man right there, but it's incomplete. Perfectly thrown pass by Julian Saiyan, the Super Saiyan. He threw it right to him. And then he dropped it as he was running out of bounds. So Ohio State turns the ball over. It's still 0-0 in that game. Here's Tennessee from the 15-yard line. This is going to be a handoff up the gut. Good for about 8 yards. It'll be 2nd and short. 3 4th down attempts already between the two of them is crazy. Yeah, no, they want to win that game. They just can't do the Kleeman thing and go for it at their own 30. Here's another handoff. It's going to be a play action. Aguilar looking deep. He's going to roll out of the pocket. Got some space in front of him. Down to the 30. He's a fast boy. Look at him go. Past the 40 into the 45-yard line and shut down at the 47. Aguilar got some speed on him. He's faster than Nico. Oh, that's great news. That's great news. It doesn't take him 10 years to roll out of the pocket. Huge 25-yard run by Aguilar. And now he's going to hand this ball off. It's going to be another bubble screen. Da-da-da-da-da. There's your second bubble screen of the day. And a nice little completion right. Well, actually, no, is that even a bubble screen? I mean, that's more of just a dump off. Never mind. That's not a bubble screen. False alarm. False alarm. A bubble screen would have been behind the line of scrimmage. That wasn't behind the line. It's going to be 2nd and 3. No offense is optional. Again, you know, the Tennessee offense, I mean, we'll have to see. I'm not calling anything yet. Rolling out of the pocket, another play action. He's going to throw deep. Looking down there and incomplete. Overthrown once again. Too high on the pass play. Looking for Mike Matthews. Was not able to get it to him. So it's going to be 3rd and short for the Vols. Ohio State and Texas are sure aggressive today. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. This is the biggest game of the year for them. Neither of them are going to play a bigger game than that one right there. Not until they reach the postseason. So that is, I mean, very, very important for both teams. Here we go, 3rd down and 3. Man moving in motion. This is going to be a handoff up the gut. Got some blockers and a good push for a 1st down. Now, I'm going to knock on wood for the sake of being safe, but the fact that we didn't fumble immediately on our first drive either is pretty nice as well. We're actually getting some sort of offensive momentum. Crazy, stunning even. This is going to be a handoff. Nope, another play action. This is going to be a screen to the wide receiver, incomplete. Aguilar just put way too much bullet on that throw. Looking for Staley, was not able to get it to him. Are you going to watch the UCLA game tonight at 11? You bet. You bet. I'm playing the Grind Crossroads tonight after this game's over. And I'm going to be grinding that as I'm watching UCLA get beat down by Utah. Yeah, only one bubble screen so far. We've had a couple of wide receiver screens and dump-offs. There we go. And that one's incomplete. There's your bubble screen. Looking for Davis over the middle, but incomplete. So, yeah, that's overthrowing a bubble screen. There's your shade of Nico right there. Blah. That was stinky. That wouldn't have done much regardless, but that was a bad throw. Joey Aguilar, 4 of 10. He can run, but he's not had a good passing game so far. He's gonna have to pass here though. 3rd down and 10. 3 receivers out, pass play, looking over the middle. Has no time to throw, but gets it off anyway, and he got a completion right there. Bam! Wide open man over the middle. Got it there. Got it to Chris Brazel, and it'll be 1st and 10 for the Vols. There you go. See? He's not completely inept at throwing. Now he's going to hand it off. Outside run. No blockers in front, so that one just completely collapses. Maybe a yard gain on that. It'll be 2nd and 9. I'm starting to see why Joey threw so many interceptions. Well, that was a great throw. I mean, that was a great throw right there. And I'd rather him throw incompletions than interceptions. So, we'll see. Syracuse jumps off sides. Thank you very much for that. So it'll be a 5-yard gain for the Vols. Second down and 4. Tennessee very, very, very close to scoring. They're inside the red zone once again. This is going to be another handoff up the gut. And good enough for a 1st down at the 10-yard line. It's going to be 1st and goal. Purdue still having their way with Ball State. Mississippi State not so much. It's 7-3. They are up, and they're driving. We'll see what they can do. Ohio State and Texas still battling it out for any sort of offensive momentum, but they can't find any. Texas bringing out the punting team once again. All right, here we go. Syracuse doing some substitutions. So here we go, 1st and goal, got 10 yards to go. This is going to be another handoff. No, it's a play action. Looks over the middle, got it. It is complete. One-handed grab by the tight end, Miles Kitselman. I love that guy. He is an absolute unit. That dude is going to be so important in our conference games. I hope he stays healthy, man. I mean, obviously, I hope everybody stays healthy, but he is a huge asset. 2nd and goal at the 1, and it is going to be a push up the middle. And we have our first touchdown of the Tennessee season. Peyton Lewis up the gut, dominated that Syracuse D-line. And ladies and gentlemen, it is the first of many Tennessee touchdowns.
All right!
Yeah! Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. Love it. We actually have an offense again. Isn't it beautiful? Makes me feel happy about myself. And that kick is up, and it is good. So it is 10-0 Vols all over this game so far. We'll see if Cuse can respond as we get past the commercial break. But yeah, so far loving the offense I'm seeing. It's definitely not perfect, but it's far from what it was. It's far from as inept as it was previously. So I'll take that for what it's worth. And I don't care if this is Syracuse we're talking about. If we can do this against any Power 5 team or Power 4 team, I'll be happy about it. Tennessee looks good. Remember the game last year against NC State when the offense looked unstoppable. Yeah, that's why I'm not jumping to any conclusions until after we play Georgia. But I mean, this is obviously a good start. Thing is, Syracuse. Here's the thing about that Tennessee-Georgia game. Syracuse, I don't think they're going to be great this year, but they are a way more physical, way more talented team than the likes of Marshall and Austin Peay, and that's who Georgia's playing in their next two games. So, and Georgia's got to go on the road into Knoxville to play them. So, I'm not picking Tennessee to win that game, but it'll be the best shot in a while for the Vols to actually get the jump on Georgia. Tennessee about to put a 60 burger on the Rotten Orange? Certainly hope so. I would not complain about that. You're playing a deflated Syracuse? Yeah, well, I should have expected that. Then again, there's a lot of time in this game, so Tennessee has all the opportunities to blow it. But if Tennessee winds up winning this game, and even if they do win it by 60, everybody obviously knows that the narrative around it is going to be Syracuse sucks. It doesn't matter. Tennessee still sucks. Syracuse just sucks harder. They're the worst team ever. One of the worst teams in the country. That's what it was last year. Last year we had, we finished 10-3. The 10 worst teams in college football: Chattanooga, Kent State, Oklahoma, NC State, Vanderbilt, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi State. Who am I missing? You know the rest. Point is, those 10 teams I just listed, they're terrible. Terrible, worst teams ever in the history of history, and they may never win a game again. Tennessee going to beat Georgia at Neyland this season. I would give anything for that to happen, because I'm sure you guys know better than me. Georgia is my worst enemy. Florida. I didn't grow up in the age of where obviously Florida and Alabama dominated us for a long time, even when I was growing up. But I didn't live in the age when that rivalry was as big as it was, or as lopsided, I guess you should say. A lot of the Tennessee fans who grew up in the 90s, they probably hate Florida and Alabama a whole lot more because they grew up in the age of when that rivalry was dominant, and then it became lopsided. But for me, being on YouTube as much as I am, Georgia fans have been the absolute worst to me. So they are rival number one to me. My number one up. Scott Crawford with the 2, appreciate it, says Notre Dame or the Miami Dead Canes. I picked Miami. And a lot of people are ragging on me for that because, Notre Dame's got Jeremiah Love, Squidtard. Well, Miami finally learned how to do anything with the defense. Mario Cristobal went hard in the portal for secondary members, safeties, corners. He went absolutely hard for defensive backs, so I'll give him a lot of credit where it's due. If he can figure out how to utilize talent for even half a nanosecond, they should compete in that game against Notre Dame, and I think they might be able to win that neutral site matchup. And that is a neutral site game because we all know Miami ain't got a home field. Wolverine with a 20, appreciate it, man. He says, no way, Aguilar looking solid, scored on every drive so far, and offense looks fast for the first time since 2022. It's a Labor Day miracle! I wouldn't call my chickens before they hatch, but this is a great start, I will say that. We didn't instantly flop on ourselves and die, because that's what we did last year in all of our conference games. Clean slate this year for both Georgia and Tennessee at quarterback is probably going to come down to whose defense will wind. Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to that. And I think this is our best shot that we've got in a while of beating Georgia. I didn't pick us to do it, but this is our best shot in a very, very long time. We'll see if we can actually pull it off. Pittsburgh all over Duquesne as everybody expected. They're up 14-0, just like Purdue's up 14 over Ball State. All right, here we go. Syracuse from their own 25-yard line. 4 wide receivers out for them. Here's a handoff. It's going to be up the gut. Running the outside. Able to beat a man. Not beat the second, though. And it'll be a 6-yard gain. And 2nd and 4 for Q's. Miami living up to the Catholics versus convicts. Named linebacker got arrested yesterday. Yeah, I heard about that. Leave it to Miami. That's what they do. It's a Florida man thing. 2nd and 3, so they did give him an extra yard. So this is very, very manageable for Q's. Three guys on the outside, one moving to the right. Here's a handoff, another one up the gut. Beats out the line and gets the first down. I can't figure it out, but the defensive line, I know it's really early in this game, but they look a little soft up front. Besides the edge rushers, they do. They're kind of getting pushed around a little bit. Well, from the looks of it, Jackson Moy has been sent to the injury tent. Really, really concerning right there. I really, really don't need that. But here's another pass play, rolling out of the pocket. Looking, now he's going to take off for himself, and Tennessee is all over him. And the ball slides out at the end there, but it's dead, so it'll be 2nd and 10. Checking out the stats here. Steve Angeli, 2 for 2 at 25 yards. Joe Aguilar, 6 of 12 for 76. No Star Thomas on the field yet. That's something to take into account. We had a Peyton Lewis run, a couple of Bishop runs, but no sighting of Star Thomas just yet. That is pretty interesting. I wonder what that's about. I could have sworn that he'd get the start. Maybe we're just doing that triple running back system. Ooh, we're going to run this running back. No, we're going to run this one. And whistle's blown as the ball is snapped. And it's going to be Syracuse using one of their timeouts on 2nd and 9. So, obviously, Fran Brown is very, very unsatisfied with something going on. I was waiting for LSU to start. Yeah, if I'm an LSU fan, I'm so nervous about that game tonight. I was nervous about this one. But if I were an LSU fan, oh my goodness, dude. And, see, being as it may, my dad's entire side of the family is LSU fans, so I can't lie when I say I am rooting for LSU. I just don't think they'll win tonight. Ohio State got infected with drop ball syndrome. Are they going to blame the weather like everybody? Are they going to blame the weather like everybody did for Fumblegeddon? Because both of those offenses just look completely inept right now. But a lot of that is due to 2 really good defenses being out there, and that's what I expected. It's 2 really, really good defenses battling it out. That's going to be a low-scoring game for sure. All right, well, here we go. 2nd and 9 for Q's. Tennessee lined up right here. We got a 5-wide set for Syracuse. Here's the pass. Looking down the field. He's going to throw late. Got it. No, it's batted incomplete. Second man almost got there to catch it, but it is incomplete. Great pass protection by Tennessee there. And it'll be 3rd and 9. But we do have a late flag, so this might be PI. Nope, it is ineligible receiver downfield. Syracuse just getting absolutely obliterated with the penalties. They can't get out of their own way. Ay. So the news gets worse. Not only did you drop that, now it's an incomplete or it's counted as a penalty. So I don't know. Would Tennessee take that? I guess maybe. I don't know. All right, Tennessee's declined the penalty. So with a play like that, Heupel, this is on you. This is on you if they figure this out. You better hope Tim Banks whips something good up here on 3rd down. This is the problem with the Tennessee defense. I just want to make that clear. We have been just sucked at stopping people on 3rd down under Heupel. Or under Tim Banks. Here we go. Lined up in the bunch formation. 3 receivers to the left. Here it is on 3rd and 9. Back to pass. Looking for a man. They bring the pressure. Bam! Instant sack right there. Arian Carter gets straight up the middle and just obliterates that man. Absolutely obliterates the quarterback. Angeli had no time to throw the ball. Arian Carter just sneaks right there through the line. I mean, they couldn't do anything. Great misdirection by the defensive lineman. He had no answers for that. And it's a sack by Arian Carter. They're back at 4th and 19, and the Volunteers, guess what? They're getting the ball right back in their possession. Look at us. Look at us. And Syracuse just had a delay a game on the kick. They can't get anything right. So can we say it? I know it's early. It's early. Still a lot of time in this game. But can we go ahead and say it? The AP voters overreacted about the loss of Nico. Can we just go ahead and throw that out there? I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. Because this looked to me like a better than a top 25 team. Breaking news. Everyone overreacted about the loss of Nico. Tennessee's offense Tennessee looks to be good. If there's any, I doubt there is. First off, here's 1st and 10 for the Vols lined up in the bunch formation here. Star Thomas is on the field. That's something to take into account. They're probably going to give him some plays here. And this is going to be a throw over the middle. Oh, dropped it. Chris Brazel was wide open, and he dropped it. It's a slant over the middle, just could not hold on. How do you drop that? At that point, you gotta take him out for the rest of the drive. That's pathetic. That's one where you got to take him out for the rest of the drive until he learns how to catch the ball. That was bad. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 2, says different leagues. Might as well be different conferences, not leagues. Up the middle and a good run right there by Star. Or is that Star? That is Star Thomas with the big 11-yard gain right there. There's his first run of the day. They're having a hard time deciding which running back they want to hand off to. They're going to hand off to him again, outside run here, and nothing given there. Run game completely melted on that one. Shoot, I got to hit the gritty. You're absolutely right. Here. I said right foot. Here's your Tennessee is successful on offense again, Gritty. They're going to roll this pass out. He's going to look deep over the middle. Complete. Got a man over the 50-yard line. And there's another completion right there. That one to I think it's Chris Pratt. No, that's Staley. Okay, bet. Everybody can get some of this. All right, here's a handoff. This is going to be Aguilar rolling out of the pocket. It's going to be a design quarterback run, and he's got 7 yards. Look at us. This is spectacular. Different leagues. Maybe this is different leagues. I don't know.
Might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
2nd and 2. Going to be a push up the gut to Star, and a good run right there. No, that's Peyton Lewis. That's Star Thomas. Okay, I thought he was wearing number 4. Okay. Star Thomas with another big run. Tennessee offense driving with little difficulty on this Syracuse, Syracuse defensive front. Oh, no! Oh, my God. Oh, low snap fumbled by Aguilar, and Syracuse recovers. There you go. There you go. There it is. I should have knocked on wood, boys. That's on me. I'll take full blame for that one. I said earlier that we didn't have any fumbled snaps, and there you go, right there. There was definitely some miscommunication on the read option because Aguilar thought he was handing it off, but he just ends up. That's what he thought. He thought it was another. He thought he was handing the ball off to Star Thomas, but no, that was a design read option. So that was clearly on Aguilar, and Hughes is going to get the ball back here at the 30-yard line. Ay. Well, Syracuse gets a very much needed turnover with 1 minute left to go in this first quarter. Looking deep, tries to get out of the pocket. Now the ball slips out again. It is going to be recovered by Tennessee in the 20, the 10, and this is going to be a run to the end zone. A scoop and score. Colton Hood, the transfer from Colorado, comes right in, swipes the ball from Steve Angeli, and fellas, ladies and gentlemen, the defense bails out the offense once again. Boom! I love this team. I do. I love this team. I love them so much. Let's go. Huge. Well, I mean, that was absolutely huge. Ginormous even for the program. Let's go. I'm hyped now. I'm all kinds of hype. Syracuse ain't got no more answers now. And it is good. 17-0. That was the stride they needed, and they just wound up blowing it all over themselves. Screwed the football, and Tennessee gets the ball right back and, goes down and scores. Because if the offense can't do it, you best well guarantee the defense can. Strip sack turned into a touchdown. Colton Hood goes right in there, swipes up the football. Makes me happy, man. Makes me happy. I almost want to shed a tear. A lot of football left, but the fact we came out here right off the bat, it started, we're just dominating this Syracuse team. Fran Brown is never showering again. No, he'll shower again. It's just going to take him a while. He's gonna smell like after this game? He's gonna smell like that one sound effect in SpongeBob, the foghorn. That's I use it sometimes in the chaos videos. That's literally what that's gonna be. And there's the kickoff, goes in the end zone. It'll be a touchback. Q's are gonna get the ball right back. Running touchdown, fumble recovery touchdown. The only thing we're missing now is a touchdown throw for Aguilar. Tennessee first fumble return for a touchdown since November of 2023. I don't remember who that was against. I think that was against I forget. It was I'm sure it was some G5 or FCS nobody. We definitely didn't do it on Missouri or Georgia. All right, well, back-to-back turnovers. We'll see what Syracuse can do now. The pressure's really on them. 56 seconds to go in this first quarter. It's going to be handoff up the gut. Gets a little bit of a push, but nothing more than about 3 yards. The score for the Texas Ohio State game should be on the screen. I can hardly see it. You guys would be able to see it way better. I'm looking at my OBS right now. I'm sure it's still 0-0. Yeah. 0-0. Nobody can do anything on offense in that game. Here's 2nd and 7. 4 receivers out. Angeli looking deep. And he's going to throw on the sidelines. Complete. Good enough for a first down. A good dump-off pass. Gets the first. And the clock is going to go down here. They'll be able to get off maybe one more play before the end of the first quarter. 7, 6. No, they're just going to take it. They're just going to take it to the rest of the quarter. So all falls here. 17-0. Aguilar, well, not really necessarily Aguilar, but just Tennessee in general do whatever they want to. They don't have many answers for the Tennessee defense. And they'd be way better off if they didn't force so many penalties. That's the problem with Syracuse, man. I feel like they'd be in a way better position if they didn't have so many penalties. The shifts, the formation penalties, if that happens all season, that is really going to come back to bite him in the cheeks.
God save the Queen!
Like, really, God save the Queen. November 2023 opponents were, UConn. It was UConn. Now I remember. Because, we scored. Now I remember because we had I think we had 2 or 3 scooping scores in that UConn game. We were beating them by 50 points going into the second half. I was at that game. I filmed the whole thing. I was there with Lucas Sharp. Yeah, we were there at that game. Oh, uh-oh. Ball State forces a fumble on Purdue, but it slips out of bounds. And it'll be 2nd and 11 for Purdue. Ohio State's finally getting some sort of drive going. They're going to step back in the pocket. Sayin throws another dump off, good for maybe 6 yards. Who do y'all think scores first? I guess that's the question we should all be asking ourselves. Is who's going to score and how? Not how many. Just who. Southern Miss having all kinds of trouble against State. Look, people are going to rag on Mississippi State all season long, but this is a big statement W for State if they manage to pull this one out. No matter what happens to them, you know, we're going to go in there and save Jeff Lebby's job in a few weeks anyway, but that'll at least be enjoyable for them in the meantime. I'm afraid of Tennessee now. Great. What a joyous occasion. Yeah. If anything, the talent fee needed to go ahead and make people afraid of us again. I'm glad it's at least doing that. Squidtard Sports, can we get a Billy Napier to start the season? You just got it. Billy Napier. Billy Napier. Here, let me go ahead and update the gritty counter. We're up to almost to 2 gritties already. You guys are awesome. Did I ever tell you that? You guys are really, really awesome. Kent State game is delayed for weather. I mean, granted, I don't even know. I mean, I guess it makes sense. They could delay that game permanently, and nobody would be around to remember it. Q's line is giving Angeli no time. Yeah, no. That's what I expected, is that it's going to come down to the line of scrimmage in this game. And, yeah, as I expected, they're given no time for Steve Angeli to throw the football. At all. They're giving an interview to Fran Brown. Fran Brown looks heated, and I can't blame him. I'd be pretty mad, too, if I was in this position. Because he knows this could be way better than it is right now, if it weren't for all those pre-snap penalties, the pass interference penalties, and everything else. I mean, they've had about like 7 different penalties already. Face mask on Texas. Ohio State, yeah, you're right. Ohio State's driving. So from the 35-yard line, this is going to be a handoff up the gut. Got to push on the outside. Able to get a little extra yards before stepping out of bounds, maybe 4 or 5 yards on the play. Julian Sayin struggling against this Texas front. Only 39 yards, 4 out of 8 on his throws. And yeah, somebody mentioned in the chat earlier that Jeremiah Smith dropped 2 wide open passes. Yeah, no, this is I knew it would come down to how open Jeremiah Smith was, because we all know Ohio State, their offense would run much more fluently if Jeremiah Smith was able to do something. Here's 2nd and 6, 4 receivers out, all alone in the backfield. It barely gets the pass off. Had a man beat, but overthrown and incomplete. But the flag is thrown, and that's going to be on Ricky Gibson. Yeah, that's pretty much what everybody expected right there. So pass interference on Tennessee gives Q's free 15 yards. Yeah, way too much touch on that one. He didn't even really need to. That ball was so far overthrown. Even if you completely got beat, he wasn't getting there. Oh, well. I mean, it is better than letting them get the touchdown at least. They're bringing a lot of disguised blitzes, and yeah, now they switched all of their pass plays to just real quick instant dump-offs, because he threw that ball basically instantly. There's going to be a play-action pass. He's going to throw back to the running back. Good for about 8 yards. Q's put up a pretty good drive right now. Past the 50, going past the 40 now. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a quick little run right there by Hughes. Gets the first down. I was watching the Southern Miss game. That was crazy. That was crazy. They had a pass play right there. Southern Miss did. The ball was batted in the air by a state man, and then it flew into the hands of one of the Southern Miss wide receivers into the end zone, and it's a touchdown for Southern Miss. So that ball game's going to be tied. Ohio State O-line getting no protection. Yeah, I figured that to be the case. All right, Q's going to be at the 35 now. They're at least, my expectation is that they're at least going to get 3 out of this. We'll see. 13-15 to go. It's going to be Angeli. He's going to throw another deep ball, one-on-one, and incomplete. He's lucky. I'm going to say that much. He's lucky that man put some contact on him, because that very well could have been an interception. Because our DB had that man beat for a while. Yeah, by far the most boring game so far. Is ironically the biggest game of the season, Ohio State and Texas. Neither of these teams can do much of anything. Is this what we get? Is this what they get for putting it on the noon slate? I don't know. 2nd and 10, receiver running out. This is going to be another play action. Looking deep again, but they bring pressure. They'll get to him, and he's able to throw the ball away right at the last second. So 3rd and 10 coming up. Tulane converted a 4th and 8. Why did they even go for it in the first place? Where were they at on the field? That one's not on the multi-view. I'm only able to watch, Mississippi State, and then Purdue's on here. Although I wish I could turn the Purdue game off. I mean, they're beating the life out of Ball State now, so I don't even want to watch that game. 3rd down and 10. Syracuse 0 for 2 on 3rd down conversions. Let's see if they can go for 0 for 3. Oh, this would be huge. This would be huge for the Tim Banks program, wouldn't it? Little adjustment on the line. Here it is. Angeli back to pass. They bring a whole bunch of pressure, able to get it off, and incomplete. A lot of contact, no flag. Colton Hood with some great pass protection right there. Obviously, we definitely got our money's worth out of him. Transfer from Colorado. Batted the ball down right off the bat. Beautiful pass protection right there. Fran Brown desperately looking for a PI, and they don't call it. So now it is 4th and 10, and it looks like they're going to bring out, yep, they're going to go for it. They might try and force him to jump off sides, but that wouldn't do him much good. So here it is. They're going for it at their own 30, from the 35-yard line. Back to throw. Angeli is going to throw over the middle, and a perfectly thrown pass. Well over the Tennessee defensive back into the hands of a wide receiver. It's 1st and goal, Syracuse. There's that Tim Banks defense we all know and love. We should have taken a timeout right there. He had that wasn't the only one that was open. He had several wide open receivers. That was clearly a very, very big lack of preparation. Should have taken a timeout there, and now Syracuse is likely going to score. Ohio State is about to score. Well, don't call your chickens before they hatch. Remember, they still got like 10 more yards to go. Push up the gut for Syracuse. Gets about 5 yards out of that. I expect them to go right back to it then. If they're able to get 5 yards out of that, I don't see why you wouldn't go right back to them. Yeah, no, that was a great throw by Angeli. Threw it right on the money. Toledo, Kentucky game is on SEC Network. Yeah, I'll see if I can switch to that after commercial break. 2nd and goal, 12 minutes left to go in this first half. 2 receivers out. Looks like they're lined up in the bunch formation again. They'll probably just try and run it up the gut again. I don't see why they wouldn't. No, it is going to be an option play, and he's got it out to the running back, and he'll score. So Syracuse, life is breathed into them again. A nice little score for them gets them right back into this game. You see Willis able to get into the end zone. It is going to be 17-7. We're still up at the bare minimum, but yeah, this definitely was not the best performance by the defense right there. Maybe the defense did take a huge step back. I don't know. Yeah. You know, the funny thing is, and the kick is up, it's good. Funny thing is if this were Oh, sorry, I got confused. It looked like my screen was frozen. I swear if my camera froze again. No, but I was gonna say, funny thing is, if this were 2 years ago, I would have probably been crashing out that we let up a touchdown. This defense sucks and all that, but no, I'm not mad about that. I never went into this game expecting for Tennessee to just shut out Syracuse. That was never going to happen. They were going to get some sort of development going. And look, all I care about is that we get the win at this point, because that's what it was last year. Like 50% of all the games that we won were super close games that we had to win in the final seconds of the ball game, no matter who it was against. So I'll take a win no matter how we do it. That's all there is to it. When are you gonna do your gritties, or did I miss that? I hit the gritty earlier. And 10 more bucks on a super chat, and I'll do it again. Let's just lay back and let the quarterback pick us apart. Yeah, no, the only thing that bothered me about that was the fact that we didn't take a timeout there on 4th down. We were not prepared for that at all. They had 4 receivers lined up, and multiple of them were open on that play. We absolutely needed to take a timeout, and I don't see why you wouldn't. Worst thing that could have happened was they still got it, but at least you would have been well more prepared for what they did. That's the thing about Heupel, is that his timeout management, his clock management is not up to par. And I mean, you know, picking on clock management for Heupel is not the biggest problem for me, especially since he's turned this program around in such little time. But yeah, no, there's still some things that we need to see in order for me to think that he's like up there at the national contention level. We'll see. Tulane might have scored big getting Jake Retzloff. That's what I always thought. How are they doing in their game? Let's find out. Maryland's up on Florida Atlantic, 12-7. That's a Maryland-ass score if I've ever seen one. 10-3 over Northwestern, so they are winning, and that's a good plus right there. Right now, Tulane is the clear front runner when it comes to G5 contenders for the playoffs. There's nobody right now that's more high on that train than Tulane. UNLV is a train wreck. I mean, they did beat Sam Houston, but they looked absolutely terrible in their Week 0 game. Boise State obviously is fried. You know, I like South Florida, but I don't know if they have the potential to get there just yet. There's some other teams that you could kind of pick and choose on. Obviously not Army. Definitely not Army. Army's about the furthest thing away from that. Army's closer to the Kent State range than they're anything close to the playoffs. Right, let me see if I can change this multi-view. I obviously want one with the Ohio State-Texas game on. Although it's not showing up in any capacity. Oh well. We'll leave it here for now. If I can switch it later, I will. I'm not going to complain about it, though. Tennessee game's back on, and that's what I'm here for anyway. Dude, BYU trash. This is the BYU hate all of a sudden. They're acting like they already lost. Yeah, they played Portland State tonight. My guess is that they'll handle business there pretty easily. We'll see. 1st and 10 for the Vols here. We're going to get right back out here on offense. This is going to be a handoff up the gut. Nothing given there. Maybe a yard or two, but that's it. Touchdown, Kentucky. 7-0 against Toledo. Good for them. Looks like Kentucky found an offense under Calzada for one play. Here's a deep shot by Aguilar. Might have a man down there. Going to reach for him. He got him! Perfectly thrown connection into the end zone. Holy shit. Holy hell. We actually have a man who can throw a deep ball and not overthrow it instantly. Braylon Staley. Holy hell. Perfectly thrown pass. God bless the Queen. We have a man who could actually throw deep and not overthrow his receiver. It is a miracle on Labor Day. Yeah! 73-yard touchdown play. Braylon Staley completely beat the Syracuse defense, and Aguilar threw right on the money. You could not have thrown a better pass in a million years. Holy, look at that throw! Look at it! Look at it! Oh my goodness. Nico lovers, Tennessee haters, seethe and mauled. Oh my goodness. What a deep bomb. Unfortunately, it does look like a Tennessee man went down there on the PAT. What's with Tennessee players going down on the PAT? I don't get that. We have a quarterback that can hit receivers in stride. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Oh my gosh. Ohio State finally scored, by the way. While I was jumping around in celebration over Tennessee finally being able to do a big play, Ohio State finally scored, and now Texas is driving. Maybe the Buckeyes are the real. I mean, obviously they're the real deal. I didn't expect them not to be, but maybe they can get the jump on Texas. We'll see. Yeah, this is glorious. This is doing my heart some good. We've got an offense again, and now I mean, like, it's Syracuse, Squidtard. Syracuse ain't no good, Squidtard. Yeah, I know, but this offense, just from the way it's running, looks a lot closer to 2022 than it did to last year's offense. So we'll see how it looks in conference play. But I've got a big freaking grin on my face because we finally got something that we can do. Jackson Lampley moment. Yeah, no, he's always getting hurt. Uncle Lou punching air right now. Absolutely. Southern Miss Mississippi State is interesting right now. Yeah, tied 10 apiece. Give some praise for Sven. Mississippi State, man. Yeah, they're in some big trouble right now. Good to see the real UT is doing well. You know, it's the wildest thing, but I have other SEC fans describe it as a superpower. I've never had a bad time hanging out with a Tennessee fan. We're loud. We're passionate. A lot of us, you know, we're super, super loud and passionate about this sport. And because of that, we've created a bad name for ourselves. As with every single fan base in the history of history, we have a couple of bad apples, a couple of losers, degenerate, basement-sitting scumbags, especially on Twitter. But that's with everything. That goes for everything. You know, I mean, obviously, a lot of you guys know this, but I'm like a big like Sonic the Hedgehog fan as well. And you should see some of the degenerates that are Sonic fans on Twitter, because boy, they are some of the worst. And all that to say, you know, there are bad people in every single fan base, including ours as well. Hell, you know, even I, being in my own fan base, I hate a majority of our fan base. That's the thing. And they hate me too. I am a whopping majority of the people that don't like me are Tennessee fans. That's the funniest part, because, you know, they love to do the sunshine pumping thing and like everything's rainbows and all that. I don't do that, and I think that really pisses off a lot of Tennessee fans. But I just like to tell the truth, man. That's all there is to it. And what does this mean for your quarterback? Does it mean good thing now that he can hit deep throws? Absolutely. Nico didn't do that. And Milton had a hard time doing it too. That's the best deep throw I've seen in 2 years. Here's Angeli over the middle, slant route, and it is complete. Great catch right there by Hughes. It's going to be... No, never mind. It is incomplete. Looks like he had it, but he must have dropped it late, so it's going to be 2nd and 10. A lot of contact there on that play, on that ball Arch Manning threw. Looking for Ryan Wingo down the field. Wasn't able to get there. I wonder if... They have to call that PI. There was a lot of... No, they didn't. They didn't. Wow. That's crazy. Here's Hughes now, 2nd and 10, 25 from the 25-yard line. They're bringing all kinds of pressure. Slant route again, incomplete. They just cannot do anything against this man-on-man protection. That's the thing. These corners, they have Syracuse beat on every single play. It's when we're lined up in zone where it becomes a problem. So I wonder if we're going to go back to that or if we're going to switch out something else. Flag comes in very late. This might be. Nope, never mind. I thought it was going to be a PI on Colton Hood, but no. Nope. It's a penalty on Hughes. I didn't get a read on what it was. But it's going to be 3rd and 10 nonetheless. Telling the truth is the best thing you can do. Being passionate doesn't equal being delusional. Telling the facts right there as they are, SEC. Texas 4th and 11. Yeah, sounds about right. 3rd and 10. 0 for 3 on 3rd down conversions. They got the 4th down earlier, but this is obviously not 4th down territory. Lined up 5 wide. Man coverage. Here's the throw. And looks like there's a penalty thrown late. And looks like it might be another false start. Nope. Never mind. Tennessee is going to take a timeout. We should have done that on that last play where they got the touchdown, but I'm not going to complain. At least Heupel is using a timeout. You know, Squidtard Sports, you were talking about how you despise your fan base and vice versa. What about Iowa fans? I don't have any disrespect against Iowa fans. I respect you guys more than anything because, you know, the college football fan base rags on y'all for having a terrible offense. And you're sort of the butt of most jokes when it comes to offense in general. So I respect y'all for, I respect y'all for sticking around and being able to take it because y'all definitely get a butt of a lot of those offense jokes. I have some resentment for some fan bases outside of my own, Georgia obviously being one of them, Florida, Bama, you know, the usual rivals, Ohio State, obviously, because they've been all over me for the last 8 months, they've been all over my ass about that 42-17. So, yeah, there's that. Nebraska's another one. The Nebraska fans do not like me at all. Here's 3rd and 10. 5 receivers still out, slant route over the middle, and he got it. Complete. Good protection right there, but it was just a better catch. Yeah, that's the Tim Banks way, man. That's just all there is to it at that point. I pissed off some of my friends and family by not being as hype on Carolina as they are. Well, South Carolina's got a lot of potential this year, and I understand being skeptical considering that Carolina's let you down multiple times. But if they have any sort of pulse going into that Virginia Tech game, you should be fine. First down and 10. 10:25 left to go in this first half. This is a run up the gut. Got a little bit of blocking, but not much of it. It's good for about 5 yards. Shouldn't have called timeout to let them regroup. Yeah, I mean, you know, you just got to cop that up to the fact that they just made a good throw. That was just a great catch. You know, there isn't much that I can do about that. Here's another run. Oh, wait, real big open hole right there. And that's probably the best run for 'Cuse all game. Good for about 20 yards. So, once again, Syracuse driving down the field. Tennessee really sort of missing that James Pierce aggressiveness because they're missing it right now. I know I just said that twice, but you get the idea. You get the idea. You know what counts. Preston Stone threw his second pick. Good Lord. All right, here we go. First and 10. This is going to be another run up the gut. Good for about three or so yards. You know, you got to give Syracuse credit for one thing, is that they're one of the only teams right now in the ACC that can say they're coming off of a bowl win. Here's a sideline throw. Good for a lot of yardage. Stays in bounds to get a bit more. And that was a good throw to Cook right there. They're having Tennessee having all kinds of trouble stopping them. We got another injury on the field. It's another Tennessee defender. We can't catch a break with these Tennessee defenders getting injured, man. And I don't know if it's just he's hurt or if it's something more serious. But this is what we talked about earlier, guys. This Heupel defense, his portal moves, all of his recruiting, it was all more about defensive depth than getting stars. So I'm sure we've got another guy that can come right in and do just as good. We'll see. We'll see. I hope these don't stack, though. That's the part that concerns me. Here's your stat update for you if you were curious. Joey Aguilar, 163 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. He's 8 of 15, by the way. Steve Angeli, 7 of 13, 98 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. In terms of the run, it is Tennessee obviously up in front there with 90 yards rushing. Syracuse has 37. Some of that can be attributed to Steve Angeli's what should I call him? Steve Jellybean? Something like that? I don't know. But he got sacked and thus lost of 16 yards. But, yeah, no, you see Willis, he had 46 yards. He's the top leading rusher in this game, but a lot of that can be attributed to the fact that Tennessee's splitting up runs for other running backs. I still can't believe that 70-yard touchdown pass. That was definitely that was definitely the most electric play I've seen in the last 3 years. Woo! All right. Record prediction for the Nico on UCLA. I think I picked him to go like 3-9 or 4-8. I'm not high on UCLA. I'm not. I really think they're gonna regret bringing in Nico. Like, yes, obviously, you know, a little bit of that is biased intuition because Nico did us really, really dirty. But if he's got that mindset about us, then, you know, what's he gonna do at UCLA? You know what I mean? Because we all know. I mean, Nico can say like, "Oh, I'm there for the family and for the experience, and for the coaching staff." Like, all that's bull. Like that's a big fat load of baloney. You're there for the bag. That's what you came to Tennessee for. You wanted a bigger bag. So instead of, you know, just being happy where you were with your $2 million a year, you wanted to flee to UCLA. You're over there in Los Angeles now. You know, enjoy it. Enjoy it. We'll see how long it'll last before you start losing games and then beg for more money. Granted, some of that's not his fault. A majority of that isn't. A lot of that is because he has a PR manager that is probably worse than Diddy's lawyer. and his dad. It's not like, it's not like I'm actively praying for Nico's downfall. At least mostly. I'm not really actively praying for it, but it'd be funny. 1st and 10. Here's rolling out of the pocket. Nice play right there to at least get the ball off, but no gain on the play. Tennessee was all over out of that man-to-man coverage. Northwestern is what's new? Last I checked, the sky's blue. Nothing's changed with that. Dang, yeah, they're getting annihilated now. It's 20-3 in that game. Last I checked, it was only 10-3. What happened? Zach Calzada is mid. Yeah, we all knew that. That's why he went to Kentucky. 2nd and 9, 4 receivers out. Oh my God. What? So they're reviewing this last play for a potential targeting. What? This would be so... I want to see the play. Can we see the play? Because last I checked, he just sort of went down. Are they talking about the hit on the quarterback? Okay, no, they are talking about the hit on the receiver. Looks to me, I'm not gonna be thoroughly defending this. If you guys are watching, you tell me. Does that look like he's leading with the crown of the helmet, or does that look like more that he's taking his shoulder and it just so happens to have helmet-to-helmet contact? I'm not saying which one it is. I'm not thoroughly defending it, but you tell me. Is that textbook targeting? Yeah, so they just ruled that it isn't targeting, which is as it should be. Unless if he literally takes his head, leans at the crown of his helmet, and goes directly for it, then no, that's not targeting. It needs to be textbook targeting, especially when you don't see it, and then you're looking for the targeting. It's one thing when you throw the flag as it happens, but when you go back and look at it for potential targeting, yeah, no. There needs to be indisputable evidence, and we didn't see it there. So it's 2nd and 9 for Q's here at the 31-yard line. I forgot they were this close to scoring. Pass play. Angeli looking deep down the field. He's going to throw a dump off. One-on-one man. And it is caught, but it is out of bounds. So incomplete. 3rd and 9. And no flag there. There was some contact on the play. Colton Hood's kicking ass so far. This dude is good. He didn't even catch it. Colton Hood's kicking a lot of ass. He's like he's another Jermod McCoy. Q's missing Honda McCord. So 3rd and 9, and they get rattled by the crowd in a neutral site game, so they have to call their second timeout on 3rd and 9. Squidtard Sports. Northwestern's defensive coordinator is coming to my school for a career class, and I'm required to ask him at least one question for credit. What do I ask him? Okay. My question, I was stewing on it for a minute, but I guess I'll ask it. My question would be how does it feel to let Jake Retzloff lose his virginity to you, because he certainly did rail your defense? Yeah, I'll just here. I'll play it myself. Get out! obviously don't ask that. Don't ask him a real legitimate question. Like something, something general coach speak. Something you'd hear in a press conference. That would be the best place I'd look. Go to one of his press conferences or something. Here's a pass play. Oh my goodness! I didn't even have time to process that. And Jelly instantly went down, folded like jelly. My goodness, Edwin Spillman just came in there and absolutely shredded that man. He had no time to throw at all. Tennessee brings a 0 blitz. Everybody comes up, leaves a wide open area for Edwin Spillman to get right through there and just obliterate Jelly Bean once again. So it's 4th and 16. Do you think Syracuse is going to go for this? It's going to be. This is going to be a tough one to go for. They might just settle for the field goal or at least try to kick the field goal. That's what I would do. Oh my gosh, they're going for it again. They're going for it on 4th and 16. Desperation. Oh, never mind. It's a short punt. Okay. Fooled me. It looked like they were going for it. But it seemed to be the right move. Pins Tennessee back at the 1-yard line. As that's where we'll start our next drive. I thought they still had the offense out there. But yeah, no. Great special teams play. There you go. Clip that. Yeah, no, that's bound to be clipped. I guess, sure, you pin Tennessee back at the 1-yard line, potential chance for a safety right here. Maybe a defensive touchdown, I don't know, but I don't know why you don't try and go for the field goal. They were inside the 40. They were in field goal range. They must not trust their kicker. Yeah, it's a pooch kick. Does it feel like 98 again? Well, I guess it does, because just like 98, we're beating up on Syracuse to start the season. So here we go, starting from our end zone. This is going to be a quick, tried to dump the ball off right there, but it's incomplete, well overthrown. Tried to get it to Smith, just was not able to get there to him. So, yeah. Now, I know, crazy, a pooch punt. It might pay off for him, I don't know. I'm not saying it's a bad decision. We'll see. 4 men in the back. This might just be a push up the middle, and that's exactly what it is. I think they're just going to wait. I think they're just going to wave the white flag on this drive. If I had to guess, that's exactly what they're going to do. It's too. You're up by too much. It's too risky to try and do anything stupid to give Syracuse any sort of momentum. Defensive tackle down for Hughes. Hopefully he's okay. Touchdown Mississippi State. That's absolutely right. Well, that's a battle right there. Is this a no? Well, I guess this is the battle for second place in Mississippi. Because neither of these teams are going to come close to Ole Miss, but they can at least battle for second place. You said touchdown? No, the flag came in. Okay. So this is a 30-yard field goal, and it is good. So Mississippi State will still go up. It's still an incredible battle, but it's 13-10. Mississippi State up on Southern Miss. 3 seconds left to go before the end of the half. Texas trying to go for it on 4th and 3. That's now what, the 5th time they're going for it. They need to get some sort of momentum. It's 7-0. There's less offense going on here than there was in Farmageddon, and it's a clear skies out there. Well, here's 3rd down and 8. Is Tennessee going to try and be aggressive, or are they just going to wave the white flag? I think I know exactly what they're going to do. I think they're just going to go ahead and go for the screen, if I had to guess. So yeah, they're going to play it safe, punch up the gut. Good attempt by Peyton Lewis, but not enough. And if I had to guess, they're going to go ahead and punt. Yeah, I'm not mad about that. That was a good punt by Syracuse. The pooch punt wound up paying off after all. How about that? What's up, baby Squidtard Jr.? That's a name and a half. Here's the punt. And that's a pretty good one. Sails past the 50. And it is recovered. Oh, and it doesn't go past the 50. It's taken at the 49-yard line. So basically at midfield. All right, well, Maryland is kicking the crap out of Florida Atlantic now. It's 26-7 in that game. Ball State here still up 21-0 on Purdue. Purdue still up 21-0 on Ball State. So my guess is that one's going to remain the same. A lot of blowouts. Nothing much happening so far. Pretty much the only big games of action are this defensive squabble between Texas and Ohio State, which just came to an end, actually. That one's going into the half, 7-0, Buckeyes up. Yeah, not much action going on. Here's a bubble, well, not quite a bubble screen, more like a wide receiver screen, good for about 5 yards. Merrimack and Kent State already at the half, 7-3. That might be one of the most entertaining games of the week so far. Hilarious. Here's a rollout, and Jelly throws late and is thrown under, but he was able to catch it. It's a bit of an underthrow, still able to catch it. It's going to be 1st and 10 for Q's. Once again, they're driving, and if I had to guess, they got to get something here. I mean, you started in Tennessee territory. It's going to be pretty hard not to get something here. Here's another pass play for Angeli. He's going to look to the sideline again and bat it down. Colton Hood once again playing really good defense. I don't know why they keep trying to throw it to him. Every time you've thrown to that man, Colton Hood has boxed him up. Yeah, Tyshawn Russell. This dude has 1 catch for 7 yards. Throw it back to Jonte Cook. He's got 56 yards and 4 receptions. Give it to him. Q's already got 150 yards in this game. Tennessee's got 260, though. Here's Angeli, another rollout pass, looking for a man down the field. Throws late to the end zone. Incomplete again, but they're going to throw the flag, and it's going to be PI on the Vols. Jalen McMurray getting called for that one. I don't know. That one's a little bit of a Mickey Mouse call. I did not see too much contact on that play. I don't know what you guys saw, but... So they got him for the jersey grab because before he went up and batted the pass away, he briefly grabbed the jersey. So that one is, I don't know, that one's a little weird, but I'm gonna let that one slide because there's no point in me whining about ref ball. Hi, Uncle Squid. Red set us. What's up, guys? Red's crew, he's joining us. Good to see all you guys in here. Here's a throw over the middle, and great protection once again. But now there's another flag, and if I had to guess, this one's another pass interference. Whee! It's a ref ball celebration. No, it's an offsides penalty. It's still gonna let them slide into it. They're gonna score. They're gonna score. Go ahead. I would just go ahead and let him score. Anyway, as I was saying, good to see all you guys from Reds community. Go support him if you haven't already. Great guy. Hope you. This game your Buckeyes have got going on is pretty interesting. 7-0 at the half. I mean, you guys are shutting down Texas. Everything Arch Manning is doing. So there's that for what it's worth. I'm hoping we take care of business here against Q's. You know, I mean, I'm happy we'll probably be up by 10 going into the half, but we'll see. Still a lot of time. 1st and 5. This is going to be a quarterback run by Angeli up the gut. Ain't much of a push there, and it'll be 2nd down after maybe a gain of 2. Here before blown 24-7 lead. Okay. Here's another handoff up the gut. Little push right there gets maybe a yard. It's going to be 3rd and short for Syracuse. And here's the handoff up a gut. Once again, tries to get the push. Can't get there. The Tennessee goal line stands strong, and it's going to be 4th and short. 4th and a few inches. So how ballsy does Syracuse get here? Do they try and get Tennessee here on 4th down? Or do they just kick the field goal? Yeah, we all know what's going to happen. We all know it's going to happen. The analytics say so. The analytics. Arch looks like Daniel Jones out there. Yeah, Ohio State defense will let you do that. All right, here we go. 4th and 1. Tennessee bringing up all their big boys on the line. 2 receivers out. Looks like they're doing a little bit of motion. Everybody's up here on the line. This is probably just going to be a push up the gut, but we'll see. Lined up in a bunch formation. Everybody lined up on the front. Still some motion. Receiver moves out. I don't know. Do you call a timeout here? Here's the handoff up the gut. Second effort is enough to get there, and Hughes will get there, and it's 1st and goal. Good push right there. Fran Brown extra ecstatic about it. And they're going to bring everybody back up on the line. No huddle. No, there is a huddle. Okay. We got another defensive lineman down for Tennessee. This one's Robinson. Nathan Robinson. Another lineman down for the Vols. I mean, before you know it, we're going to be bringing in walk-ons out there to go play defensive line. Describe how happy I am seeing my team dominate. Well, I'm satisfied. I'll say that much. You know, I think a lot of the narratives around this game were that Tennessee was going to struggle early and then sort of push their doo-doo in the second half. I mean, we've got a lot of time left in this game, so we'll see. But, I mean, even if we're up by 10, I mean, I'm happy with a lot of the things that I've seen, specifically on offense. Aguilar looks strong in the pocket, is making really good throws. I mean, the run game looks good. The offense looks well more improved from what it was the last 2 years, so I'll take that for what it's worth. The problem with me so far has been the defense. The defense looks like it's taken a step back. We're getting pushed up front on the line more often than not. Colton Hood looks really good. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Colton Hood. I mean, there's that for what it's worth. But there's definitely some issues that we need to figure out and go ahead and fix up before we get into that Georgia game. Orange is just an inferior shade of red. Yeah, buddy. Well, keep that same energy if Texas comes back. Just that. That's all I'm saying. You're only up by 1 touchdown. This is some Billy Napier shenanigans. Hey, some people have been talking about this. You know, South Florida on Thursday absolutely obliterated Boise State. You know who Florida plays week 2? That's right, South Florida. Before anybody says, "Oh no, ain't no way an SEC team's gonna get, ain't no way an SEC team is in danger of losing to South Florida." Remember what they did to Alabama those 2 years that those 2 teams played. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. Kalen DeBoer struggled real hard against that South Florida team well before. So, all right, 4 yards to go for Syracuse to get this score here. They got 4 attempts to do it. Here's the first one. Handoff up the gut. Good run on the outside. Gets maybe a yard, not much more. Got it to Willis. But, yeah, they're struggling to get much yards. Ed Shadowbearer, 1789 with the 5 says, if OSU crappily beats Texas and Penn State beats the brakes off of Nevada, who would be the new numero uno, Penn State or Ohio State? Well, if Ohio State beat Texas, then they're number 1 automatically. You know, that's all there is to it. If they lose and then Penn State wins big, then yeah, Penn State's the new number 1. Now, that number 1 in the Big Ten, I don't think they'll be number 1 as Texas would still lead that margin, but if Texas does win, I think if Ohio State wins this game, it doesn't matter what Penn State does, Ohio State's probably going to be number 1. You all would lose to UCF before Florida does, and this is coming from a Miami. Okay, what makes me laugh so hard about that is not the fact that the Miami fan is saying, you know, we're going to lose to whatever. You said earlier that we don't deserve to be ranked because we're getting pushed around by Syracuse. I wonder who else had that problem. I need Sherlock Holmes for this one. What other team would dare go out there and let Syracuse score on them? Or better yet, what team would go out there and blow a big lead to Syracuse? Oh no, I wonder who that would be. Hey, Does anybody in the comment section, anybody Dora the Explorer, anybody in there know who would do such a thing? Anybody know who would blow a 20-something point lead to Syracuse? Scratching my head on that one. What do you say about renaming the FBS report to College Clickbait Sports? No. I get the urinating tree comparisons, but no, I'm not going to do that. It seems everybody's figured out the answer. It seems everybody's figured that out. You know what's sad? What's really sad about that is that, we could do it with Joey Aguilar in the pocket. You could do a multiple score lead with Joey Aguilar in the pocket. Imagine doing that with Cam Ward in the pocket, the #1 overall draft pick. Imagine doing that to Cam Ward when you got the playoffs on the line. Yeah, must be new around here. 90%. Oh my goodness, yeah. This is copium on a whole new level. Y'all gonna try and win the ACC this year? Wouldn't that be nice? It only would have taken you 25 years to do it. South Carolina's got more ACC titles than you do. Hey, Squid, I got a question for you. What is your favorite food? I guess chicken. Can't go wrong with chicken or pizza. That would be the best alternative. If there's a specific kind that we're talking about, I'd have to think a little bit harder about that one. I don't want to hear anything from Hurricanes fans. You guys haven't been relevant in 20 years. Yeah, whatever you could say about Tennessee and where their relevance stands for the past 20-something years, all of those things apply to Miami as well. Because they spend all of their time getting honked on the 7th floor. Well, here we go. That's the 2-minute warning. It's 2nd and goal. Here, 3 yards to go. 3 attempts left to get in here and try and make this competitive again. This is going to be a pass play. Looking towards the end zone. A thrown screen complete. And there you have it. Touchdown, Syracuse. And now it's competitive again. It's 24-4. It's going to be 24-14. Got it to Jonte Cook again. He's been having a great game today on this Tennessee defense. I'll say that much. So we got ourselves a game here. Give credit for what it's worth. Syracuse is fighting. They're not just laying down and dying. We'll see what we can do in the second half. We've still got 1:55 left to answer for ourselves, but this is a game. This could be a game. We'll see. Ed Shadow Bear at the 5 says, I know a coach who would somehow blow it if Syracuse were a top 10 team. My unfortunate team's coach, James Franklin. I mean, you've beaten top 10 teams before. It's just Ohio State and Michigan you can't beat. That's all there is to it. It's Ohio State and Michigan that are the problem. I mean, we could talk about Notre Dame too, but that was way more on Drew Aller. That was way more on Drew Aller than it was anybody else. Just saw that Braxton touchdown in the Southern Miss game. That was cool. Yeah, you must be talking about the one that got batted in the air and then caught in the end zone. Yeah, no, that was definitely a Southern Miss moment if I've ever seen one. Imagine SMU making it to the ACC title game before Miami. You don't have to imagine it. That was reality. That was the reality of what Miami, man, lived in. They had a chance to make the playoffs, and they pissed it all away by losing to the team that we're beating right now. Well, still a lot of time in the world. You know, I ain't mad about how we're performing. Here's Peyton Lewis from the goal line, trying to get some sort of return out of this. Gets down around the 24-yard line, and that's where we'll start this last drive before the half. Tim Banks' defense, gotta love it. Yeah. No, the defense is certainly lacking a bit from what it was last year. It's still good. I mean, it's better than it was the first 2 years, but it doesn't look like it has the ferocity of what it did previously. But again, early in this game, NC State did this exact same thing, and we still, we obviously still dominated in that one. So I'm not all that concerned. Greetings from Ohio State. Good to see you. Yep, good to see that you're winning. We'll see if you can keep that going. Oof, that could have been bad. Tried the dump-off pass right there, and it's incomplete. Could have been ruled a fumble, and that could have been disasterly for Tennessee. So my guess is that we're going to play a little bit more soft throughout the rest of this half. Prevent any more issues from showing up. Yeah, the ball slips free as he caught it. Could have potentially been an interception, so... Ay. Here's the pass play. And that's Bishop able to escape. A tackle escapes another one past the 40. Going to the 50. To the 40. Still running. Gets down at the 30-yard line. Ball slips free at the end there, but it is recovered by the wide receiver. What a play right there. That was blown dead right off the bat. I mean, literally, he had a guy on him right off the bat, but he was able to escape and then get a huge run out of it. So, huge run to Sean Bishop. 47 yards. Here's Aguilar. Here's the bubble screen we've all been waiting for. Mike Matthews breaks one man's legs, gets past the 20, inside the 15. There's your third bubble screen of the day, ladies and gentlemen. That's 3 bubble screens so far. Obviously a record. And Syracuse man flops. Tennessee fans booing instantly. They're buying that it's a fake injury. We'll see. Everybody's surrounding him. I don't know. This could be serious. We'll see. Breathing heavily. Can we get a camera preview on that? Like we did for Ole Miss when Jackson Dart basically told that man to get down. Can we get that? Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. That's a little sus. That's a little sus right there. He was up and then he just went meh. It's like something it's like he ran out of batteries. It's like his battery died, like his controller disconnected. I'm not buying it. If he is actually hurt, then obviously I hope he's okay. But that's like one of those where it's like I mean, yeah, no, I'm not buying that for a second. He literally looks over at the sidelines, looks back, looks over again, and then suddenly flops down. And then you had another guy. You have another guy right next to him who's in the process of going down, and then the moment he turns around and sees the other guy going down, he gets back up. Yeah, I'm calling bull on that one. Cowards. Ed Shadowbear with the 5 says, I blame the receivers outside of Tyler Warren. That Aller's Penn State wide receivers were bad. We massively upgraded this year. The glaring stat from Notre Dame was 0 completions, 2 wide. Yeah. No, that was absolutely a problem. So we'll see if they can fix that up. Here's the run up the gut. Gives it off to Thomas. Gets about 5 or 6 yards out of it. Clock's going to go down here. 56 seconds left. A lot of time left, and Tennessee's got 2 timeouts to work with, so we'll see what they can do. 2nd and 4. 2 receivers out. Don't do anything too stupid. Here's a handoff up the gut once again. 2nd effort. Breaks through. 3rd effort. 4th effort. And is that good enough? Yes, it is. That's good enough for the score, and Tennessee is going to get yet another touchdown on this Syracuse defense. I'm able to play that much more than I did last year. Last year, I could only play that touchdown cinematic like 3 times at most. But that's the what is that now? The 3rd time today that I played it? 4th time? So they are going to review this to see if he was in there. It's going to be close. There's got to be indisputable evidence to overturn this. We're going to look to see where his knee stood once he went down. Oof, that's tough. That is really, really close. Again, that's indisputable evidence. If he is down, it's literally going to be the length of Lucas Sharp's pecker. This is going to be like a centimeter. Sorry, had to throw the stray. Yeah, well, no shower for Coach, I guess. Well, the problem is that, I mean, Syracuse has had some successful drives, but they've had penalties. They had a scoop and score off a strip sack. They have made so many mistakes in this game that there's just no way. And how well this Tennessee offense is playing, I just don't know. They're going to need a lot of help to get back into this one, I think. Okay, kids, I'm here to pick you up from Uncle Squids. Thanks for watching them during the half. Yeah. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming, Red. I appreciate it, buddy. Hope your Buckeyes go out here and put up a good fight against Texas. I mean, you are up by 7, so we'll see. We'll see if you can hold on and survive and thrive till the end. I'll probably be on by the time this game is over because we haven't even gotten to the half yet, and this Texas game is about to kick off already. Here's the call, by the way. Wow. They're going to call him short. I mean, I don't get that. I think that's one that shouldn't have been overturned. But, oh well. I mean, whatever. I'm not going to complain about it. It's literally a centimeter. Again, Tennessee's, I mean, we've been having a field day on this defensive line, so all you need is one good push and you're in. You've got 4 attempts from the centimeter line here. I don't see how you could screw this one up. Yeah, that's terrible. That's an incredibly shitty spot by ref ball. What's your least favorite SEC stadium? I guess of the 3 that I've been to, I would say Athens. Handoff up the gut. This is Bishop up the middle. Is the push good enough? And yes, it is. There you go. Now I get to play it again. I just played it. I get to play it yet again.
All right! All right!
Yeah! And Deshaun Bishop earned that one. He's the reason why we even got there anyway. That tackle that turned into a big run, he's the reason. He's absolutely the reason why we got there. And it took us only 6 plays to do it. So the Tennessee offense has run far more fluently than it has in previous years, and I can just tell based off of how we've played in this game. So I like what I've seen. And here's the extra point, and bam. And as long as we do what we need to do on defense in these last 21 seconds, we're going to be up 31-14 on Syracuse going into the half. It's a hard-fought game, really long game from the looks of it. I mean, it's already been 2 hours, but I won't complain as long as we get the dub. That's what matters to me. You won't hear me complain about it. Yeah, no, they gave that was an incredibly stupid spot. It's like they gave it the spot directly where his knee was, and I don't understand that. It matters about where the ball is, not where the knee is. Good Lord. Everybody give my boy Squid a like and subscribe to the channel. SEC Football Tube telling the truth. By the way, he's a channel member, so special shout out to him. His name should be on the list of people up here in the corner somewhere. I don't know which direction I'm pointing in, but you're there or something. All right, well, here we go. Here is the kickoff. That one sails out of bounds. Touchback for Syracuse. They're going to get 21 seconds to do some sort of miracle because this right now it's a 3-score game. They need something to make this a 2-score game before the end of the half. We'll see. Something big with 21 seconds and only 1 timeout to spare. SEC undefeated in hypothetical games, always. We're also, we're also 500 in conference games. Don't know if y'all knew that as well. Actually, we're undefeated in conference games, actually. Yes. The SEC is actually undefeated in conference games. So, yeah. Just a different league, man. I don't know what to tell you. The Big 12 took a loss in conference games. You don't hear that narrative. 1st and 10, 21 seconds, back to throw. Angeli looking towards the field. Oh, the ball is stripped out of his hands. Very fortunate for Syracuse right there. The ball got stripped out at the end there. And that's a play where, yeah, you just take it to the end of the half because that could have been absolutely astronomical for Tennessee right there. Look at this. He didn't even see him. Fell right into the hands of the offensive lineman. They are extremely fortunate. Steve Angeli limping to the sidelines as that'll take it to the half. Tennessee up 31-14 over Syracuse. Good game so far by the Vols. Really loving the offense I'm seeing. The defense has got some kinks that need to be worked out, but so far so good for Tennessee right now. But that, boy, would we have loved another scoop and score right there? Wouldn't that have just been really, really nice? And now I can settle for a bit. I'm still nervous. I'm still always going to be nervous until the clock hits 0, but so far I'm loving what I'm seeing right now from Tennessee. It's that talent fee, man. That's all there is to it. It's that talent fee. This is life and I'm living it. This is life and I'm living it. Well, now I can spend some time watching the Nuts and the Shorthorns battle it out. Had a few people join the Discord server. Shout out to you guys over there. I did a few upgrades, and I'm gonna do some more before I forget. Bama 42, Florida State 10. That wouldn't be a bad score, because if we're doing this to Syracuse, I can imagine Bama's going to do something just like it against Florida State, even if it is on the road in Tallahassee. Yeah, as I expected, my Twitter feed is filled with that 70-yard pass. I mean, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. We're at a point now where the offense is no longer optional. Oh, and while I remember, I just checked the gritty counter, and we got to reset that. Guess what? Time for another gritty, boys. I said right foot creep. Oh, that 31-14. We're kicking the shit out of Syracuse, and it's very, very wonderful. I'm having a really, really great time. Hopefully we kick the shit out of them in the second half like Purdue is doing to Ball State. Because holy hell, it's 28-0 at the end of the third quarter in that game. They're getting blasted. Texas driving here. It's second down for the Longhorns. They're in Ohio State territory. You'd think by now they'd finally learn how to score, but we'll see. There's no guarantee. Okay. Not my best gritty. I'll have to work on that. I don't know if I've said this, but Squid, I pray my team comes out as strong as you guys have. You should. I think you should. And for South Carolina, I think a win is a win in any given situation. But if you guys come out strong against Virginia Tech, I think you should be fine throughout the rest of the season. We'll see. Again, I'm very high on Carolina this year. I think they've got a lot of potential. And just as long as they show it, they should be fine against Virginia Tech. If Clemson loses today, the ACC should lose their auto bid. I agree. Because then all their hopes and dreams will lie on Miami of all teams. Good luck with that. That's all I can really say about that is good luck. Here's your halftime stats for you, in case you're curious. I'll give you Syracuse first, since that's what's important. Well, at least for the defense. Steve Angeli's 11 of 19, 116 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. 25 yards rushing for Syracuse. That's important to note. A lot of it has come from the fact that Steve Angeli is negative 34 in the rushing department. He has been getting dominated by the Tennessee defensive front. Yassine Willis had 47 yards and a touchdown. Jonte Cook has had a great game, 59 yards, 5 receptions, and a touchdown. So pretty much a whopping majority of Syracuse's offense has come from Jonte Cook, at least half of it. Here's your Tennessee stats. Joey Aguilar, 50% completion percentage, 9 of 18, 179 yards with a touchdown. The run game has been evenly split among everybody. Deshaun Bishop, 67 yards. He's been doing most of the work, especially on that 47-yard run right there. Star Thomas had 31 yards. Peyton Lewis at 30. Touchdown for Bishop and 1 for Lewis. Even Joey Aguilar had that big 25-yard long run, and he's had 29 yards total. The receiving department, as you would expect, Braylon Staley dominating with 73, or he's got 87 yards total, but on that 73-yard touchdown pass, that did most of the work right there. Chris Brazel's got 34 yards, Mike Matthews with 29, Deshaun Bishop 21, and Miles Kitzelman had 1 reception for 8. So there you go. There's your stats for the day. We'll see how that ends up as we get into the end of the game. Yeah. Texas, Ohio State, still a sleep fest. Texas trying everything they can do to get any sort of momentum, but they are getting just pummeled by Caleb Downs and his crew. But it's 1st and goal, so they've got something going for them. We'll see if they can finish it out. Wait, there's a Discord server? It's in the description, I believe. Let me go ahead and check to make sure that that's the case. Yes, there's a join the new college football Discord server. If that's in the description, you click on that and you can join it there. Push up the gut by Texas on 1st and goal. Gets him past the 5 at the 4. Also, we just sacked Angeli at half for the hell of it. Almost got a scoop and score out of it. Ball slipped out of his hands. Nearly got recovered, but an offensive lineman was able to catch it. Very fortunate that happened. Otherwise, that would pretty much ruin any hope of coming back. Yeah, here this goes. We got to take another look at this because I thought this was hilarious. Yeah, I meant to switch that score bug back. I do think that is hilarious too, but that's not what we're talking about. This is what I was referring to. This play right here where we were just tearing through the Syracuse defense, and then not one defender goes down, but 2. See, second one tried to go down, but they were like, but then he saw what the other guy was doing. Pathetic. Fran Brown ain't got the talent fee. That's what I know. Yeah, it's probably true. Syracuse. Worst team ever in the history of history, and you know what? They might never win a game again. No fucking... What is... Bro... my goodness. uh, oh no. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Well, I guess I guess the Texas D line was the only thing getting pierced tonight. Why, dude? Well, I'm definitely saving that one for College Football Chaos. No doubt about that. Oh my goodness, dude. Bro. Good lord. Okay, anyway, here's 3rd and goal for Texas. I'm not that's gonna take a few to get out of my head. Oh my gosh. Here's the push by Texas. Tries to go up the gut. Second effort might be enough. It's going to be really close. I don't think he was there. He's going to be down with about a yard to spare. So it's going to be 4th and goal for Texas at the 1 yard line of Ohio State. This is going to be, this would be absolutely huge if Ohio State could get the stop here, obviously. So here it is. Big push by Texas. Was that Arch Manning on a QB draw? It was. And he's short. Not even close. Another big goal line stand for the Buckeyes, and Ohio State's going to get the ball right back in their possession. They can't get anything going on offense. Texas is struggling to do anything, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Bad day for the Texas offense. I know that for a fact. Good lord. They cannot do anything offensively. Yeah, here's your stats for you. Arch Manning, 9 of 14, 38 yards. Texas is doing some work on the run game. They've got 111 rushing yards. CJ Baxter and Quintravion Wisner, 40 yards, and then 37 for Wisner. Even Arch has got 34 yards, but just can't score. This Ohio State defense is just shredding them constantly. They can't do anything. So, yep, it's going to remain 7-0 with about half the time left going into the 3rd quarter. Longhorn Nation isn't back. They may not be. I don't know. Being spotted a loss off the bat isn't going to be good for conference play, I'll say that much. Definitely puts a lot more pressure on you, especially since the schedule isn't as sunshine and rainbows as it was previously. There's still some sunshine in the air, but not nearly as much as there was last year. I'll tell you what, if Florida winds up living to the hype, that is going to be the game of the century right there. This game might be game of the century. I might have to cover it in a separate video. But I don't even know. This game is such a bore. Is it even worth it? Kentucky will lead 10-2 at the half. That's about what I would expect from hearing from Kentucky. This looks like Big 12 Texas, not SEC Texas. Not far from the truth. Longhorn Nation passing basically became non-existent. I kind of expected them to dominate in the run game, particularly because, well, that's what Arch is good at. We all know Arch Manning is a really good running quarterback, but that's about what he's got. Southern Miss, really good defense on that return right there. Mississippi State's going to start deep in their own territory to start this next drive. They're up 20-10 on Southern Miss, so they're winning. But it's not like, it's not like they're dominating. It's still a pretty close competitive game. This ain't like Purdue and Ball State. And Maryland, shout out to Maryland. But you have to take into account, this is the start of the season. Maryland does this thing every year. They start it August and then September. Maryland comes out, looks good. Oh, wait, Maryland might be back. Maryland might have a good team. And then October rolls around, and then they suddenly fall off the face of the earth. We all know this to be the case. Tulane and Northwestern, 23-3 in that game. Tulane obviously dominating in that one. Jake Retzloff having a day, 150 yards passing, 16-27. And, the Wildcats, they're not having the worst day on defense, but their offense can't even get close to existing, so it's not looking good. It's not looking good for Northwestern this year. David Brown could potentially be in some trouble. I didn't talk about him all that much when thinking of coaches that could get canned. But the schedule is really, really bad, and unless Northwestern gets it together immediately, it's a loss like this that could wind up being the end of David Brown's career there. Because with a hard schedule and already a lot of pressure on your job, you can't be losing to G5 teams, even if it is Tulane we're talking about. It'll do you some good if Tulane winds up being a front runner for the the playoffs and for the G5 contention, but it's still going to be bad for you. Where are the mods at? I thought we fixed this problem. I got it though. This is the thing, is that about these bots, is that they're not actually that hard to get rid of. There's a strategy to this. If you go and just ban one of the words that they say, and then suddenly that no longer becomes a problem. Oh wow, I didn't even realize we are very, very close to the big 20K. I didn't realize we were that close. I haven't checked my subscriber count in a little while. I'm being completely honest with you guys. I had no clue we were even this close, but yeah, we're less than 50 subscribers away from the big 20K. Wow, that's crazy. That's insane. Pure insanity. Anyway, let me go ahead and, before I forget, get rid of these dumbass bots. All right. Problem solved. That should take care of it. They usually have a code word that you can type into the banned words list, and that'll get rid of them. So I just did that. So, yeah. Now everything that they say will just be filtered directly through that, and they won't be able to say anything. Guilty pleasure last year was watching Tulane football while I pretended to study for accounting. Well, it's going to be a real guilty pleasure this year because I've got you guys making the playoffs. I do. I think Tulane makes the playoffs with Retzloff. And from the way you guys are playing, I don't see how you don't. This is the thing about Tulane, is that you've got some tough games ahead. I'll say that much. This is definitely not your hardest game of the season. You've got some tough ones coming along the way. Duke in week 3 is going to be really interesting because Duke disappointed me yesterday. I thought they were going to put up a weight. I mean, to be fair, they did, eventually, as the second half came along, wound up dominating in that game against Elon Musk. But that first half was really disappointing stuff I saw from Duke. And, it pissed off a lot of Duke fans when I said that. I said something on Twitter about how Daria Mensah was not the solution. And, oh boy, Duke fans got real mad at me for it. But when you are tied at half against Elon Musk, a freaking D2 school, that's a problem. That's a problem. That isn't me saying you suck and you're going to suck forever, but that's a game you should be winning by 1 million at halftime. Like, come on. And then, of course, I mentioned this one too, the Ole Miss game right afterwards. Tulane's going to go on the road to play Ole Miss. But the thing is, they could lose that game and then still be just fine and contend for the playoffs. That's exactly what Boise State did. Boise State lost to Oregon early, and then we saw what happened afterwards. I'm not a Tulane fan, Squid, VFL, man. They were just the only people playing at odd times. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, I don't have any problems with Tulane. You know, if they win or lose, it doesn't do anything for me. But yeah, you are right. They are a fun team to watch. We're about to get started here in the third quarter. Most of this game has been all vol. Syracuse has had some great plays, but Tennessee has been mainly dominant. I'm hoping to see that continue. I guess we'll find out. Purdue scored again. It's 31-0. They're up on Ball State. This is a great start for the Barry Odom era. Any win for Purdue is a great start for the Barry Odom era. I mean, I feel like that goes without saying, but it's the truth. That's crazy. Tennessee has a game of offense with over 300 yards total on the. I mean, that's crazy. That is absolutely insane. We need to get Squid to 20K. I would be in great support of that. I would love if you guys got me there. I appreciate you guys for even getting me this far. Duke fans exist? Yeah, crazy, I know. Can Marshall beat Georgia, Squid? We are Marshall. That's the thing about Marshall this year, man. They lost their entire team last year. This is a completely brand new team nobody's ever seen before coming in. Who knows? Who knows? Just saying. No, they're not being Georgia. I don't think Marshall can beat anybody this year. Their entire team is full of walk-ons, so I don't know how they're going to even win a game. So here's the kick. Syracuse is going to not take anything because that one's going out of bounds. Ohio State's pissing me off. No, I can't blame you for that. We're getting towards the fourth quarter here, and it's a brawl. Helmet-to-helmet contact. Are they looking for potential targeting? No. So it's now 1st and 15. Outside run. Not much given even on a second or third effort. The entire Ohio State defense eventually comes in and takes him down. All right, well, here we go over here. 30 minutes left until a 1-0 start for the Vols, hopefully. Here's the start of the third quarter. Syracuse at the 25-yard line. 4 receivers out, man moving in motion. Here's Angeli. Looking back in the pocket, going to try and take a deep shot, and he might have a man beat. Nope, incomplete. Looked like some contact, but no PI call. It's worth an attempt. I can't blame him for trying to go for it, but great job by Tennessee. We are playing some really good man-on-man right now. Everybody's doing their assignments. Good play by the safety, and it'll be 2nd and 10. Oh! There you go. There you go. Oh, my gosh. Arch Manning, what are you doing? What are you doing? Ball well underthrown, and it is intercepted by Ohio State. Aye. Here's Syracuse. There's going to be a rollout pass. Batted at the line and intercepted. Picked off by Tennessee. It was batted up in the line and picked off right there. And Tennessee is going to have great field possession to start this next drive. So an interception there, an interception here. Oh, boy. Well, that basically kill drives any sort of momentum Syracuse had. What a play by Jalen McMurray. Batted that up in the air, and it's picked off, and Tennessee is going to be in incredible field position to start this next drive. Jeremiah Thielander. I love it, dude. I love it. This is huge for the program. Now, of course, obviously, this does mean Syracuse is the worst team ever in the history of history. Probably never winning a game as long as I live. I don't know. Here's a run on the up the gut, and it's a good one. Good for about 8 or 9 yards. Syracuse has very little answers. The defensive front is just getting pushed around by Star Thomas and Peyton Lewis. If Peyton Lewis, our speed back, is pushing through your defensive lineman, you've got some problems. Because that's not even our power back. That's our speed back. Here he goes again. Thomas up the gut. And it's a good run. Second effort. And he's up the middle. And is he there? Yes, he is. But, hold on a second. Hold on a second. We do have a flag that came in late. This could be on Tennessee. It's a good run by Star Thomas. But let's see what the flag is on before we call anything. Ref's making a decision. If this is a hold, that'll be really bad. And the question would be, is it on Lance Hurd? What? Oh my lord. Yeah, Heupel's all kinds of pissed off, and who can blame him? Illegal low block on Tennessee. And that's going to take the touchdown away. Dadgum ref ball, bro. I mean, that is, technically that is textbook. Like, that would be a low block, but when did they ever call that? I not once in my life have I ever heard them call that until now. Here's Aguilar on the throw, gets it off on the outside. Good throw to Matthews, gets a bunch of the yards back. It'll be 3rd and short. I mean, that was the right call, but they missed that every other time. They never call that in any other situation. So I don't know why they suddenly just remember that rule exists. And it's a bad spot, too. It's 3rd and 7. Suddenly, that automatic touchdown just no longer looks manageable. We'll see if he can get some points. Here's the option play. Aguilar's got a hole, got some good blocking, and he'll get there. First down, but the ball might have come out late. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter because it came out too late. It'll be 1st and goal for the Vols. This is giving me Tennessee versus NC State energy, and that's about what I expected, honestly. That's about what it should have been. If we want to compete in the SEC this year, this is about what we should be doing against a team like Syracuse, I'm being completely honest. And it's probably just me. I'm not high on Syracuse this year, but I always thought that this is what we should be doing. We got a man down for the Orange right now. Devin Grant. Hope he's okay. Syracuse goes down another defensive back. Arch Manning looks terrible. How is he projected a 1st overall pick? Well, I think that there's a slight overreaction about Arch Manning because he's going up against one of the best defenses in the nation. You know, this would be like if Steve Angeli for Syracuse, or better yet, thinking of somebody else, like another highly touted, super talented quarterback that you can think of, going up against like the Penn State defense or something like that. You have to take that into consideration. He's going up against one of the best defenses on the road. I mean, same for Julian Sayin. Julian Sayin's not had the best game either. Here's 3rd and 4 for Ohio State. At the 38, here's Sayin back to pass. He's going to throw it off. It's a dump off. Good for the 1st down. I will say Sayin looks way better right now than Arch does. Whether you can contribute that to the road or whatever it may be, I don't know what it is, but he does look slightly better. The score for Toledo, Kentucky is funny. Yeah, I heard it was 10-2. Does that still stand or has it changed? It's still 10-2. Here's a run up the gut to Lewis or Thomas, and Thomas can't get much of anything on that one. They're probably gonna force you to pass here if I had to guess. They're gonna box up the run game completely. The only way you're gonna get a score on the run here is if you just outright dominate them up on the front. But they're gonna be bringing everybody. You got 3 more attempts though, unless you just decide to kick the field goal, put you up by 20 points. All right, well, here's 2nd and goal for Tennessee. 2 receivers out to the right. Lined up in a bunch formation. Looks like a handoff. No, it's going to be a sideline pass. No, not a side. It was going to... Tried to go for there. Tried to go for the slant route, not the sideline. He tried to go for the sideline, but it's batted down, and Aguilar threw that pretty hard. He actually went down, got tackled by the air. 3rd and goal. Both teams doing some substitution before this play. If I had to guess, this is... I mean, they'll either do this or they'll kick the field goal. Here's Aguilar, back to throw, all alone in the pocket. Tries to run out. He's going to do just that. Throws late and got it! Great thrown pass to Aguilar. Great thrown pass Joey Aguilar had. Perfectly thrown late there. And it is yet another Tennessee touchdown. Where's the... Where? Oh, I forgot. I removed it. There we go. Safe to say at this point we're not missing Nico. What a great throw. That is a veteran play right there by Joey Aguilar. This dude is way better than I've seen. Can we just go ahead and say that he's way better than a lot of people thought he was under the Josh Heupel offense? I'm just throwing that out there. Anyway, it's going to be 38-14 now. I think it's a minor miracle that we even managed to get a touchdown out of that. Considering the low block that screwed us over, the refs tried to take it away from us, but we were not going to go away. So the interception turns into a touchdown for the Volunteers, and we are just rolling over this orange now. The Rotten Oranges ain't doing much of anything at this point. Tennessee scoring 60? I doubt it. Not against Syracuse. We'll probably score 60 next week as we go up against, nobody East or whoever we play. I don't even know who we play next week. I know it's some, who cares school. ETSU. So, yeah, we go up against ETSU next week, and then, of course, it's the big matchup at home versus Georgia. That's what everybody's going to be keeping their eyes on. Heupel's the QB whisperer. Joe Milton and Nico kind of move that narrative out of the forefront. But this is definitely a way better off than what a lot of these people were saying we were going to see from Aguilar. Oh, he's going to come in and throw like 92 interceptions, and he's terrible, and he ain't no good, and he's never going to have a touchdown, and he's going to throw like 90 yards over the wide receiver's head. So far, all I've seen from Aguilar is some really good passes, and then the 70-yard bomb that he hit perfectly in stride, by the way. That was perfectly on the money. Nico did not. That was better. That throw alone was better than any throw that I've seen from Nico. It's the truth. You can be a Tennessee hater all you want to, but that is the truth right there. The bots think they're funny, aren't they? Things about that time. We might need some more mods on the horizon at this point. Here, you know what? Do that. Did I break it? I think I broke the chat. I'm trying to give people mod, and I think I broke the chat. Here we go. We'll give the Gamecocks a chance to shine. We'll give the Gamecocks a little bit of a chance to shine. I gave a few people mods. All I'm asking is that you don't disappoint me and let me down. Use your powers wisely. All right. So it looks like Texas is finally driving, and this is giving me shades of Ohio State, Michigan. The only difference is Michigan is, not beating Ohio State this time. Oh, Ohio State's got the ball. Never mind. Okay. So Cuse is going to get the ball back. They're now down by 4 scores. So it's not looking good. Not looking good for Syracuse's chance to get back into this game if you want to go off of that. It's looking very, very ugly for Cuse. My Chrome tab is struggling a bit. I might just have to load the chat up on my phone at this rate, because it's struggling bad. All right, quick screen right there. Got some good blocking, a good run here. Gets Syracuse all the way down to the 50. That's a great run by Cuse right there. I'm gonna load the chat up on my phone. Okay. Texas falling to 5 rank. Yeah, if they lose here, I don't think they fall any further than 5, because they're still going to recognize they're a top 5 team, and they are going on the road against the number 3 team in the nation. They aren't going to fall any further than 5 for losing to the number 3 team on the road. Unless Ohio State just starts obliterating them, but I doubt that's going to happen. Here's another outside run, good for a first down and then some. So Syracuse driving really quick. Second and 7 for the Buckeyes. It's going to be a pass play, looking deep. He's going to throw deep. He might have a man. He does, and he caught it. Wow, there you go. Carnell Tate scores for the Buckeyes, and now they're going to be up 14-0. All right, well, if I'm Texas, I'm really worried now. You needed to keep this a 1-score game, and that is really bad. Carnell Tate just beat him. He just had his man completely beat and then had an even better catch. Ain't much you can do about that. That all comes down to wide receiver talent, which Ohio State definitely does not lack. Oh! Okay, now I have to ask, because that was a bubble screen. Do we count Syracuse bubble screens for the bubble screen counter? Because if so, I'll write it down. Because that was a bubble screen by Syracuse. So does that count towards the counter, or are we only counting Tennessee bubble screens? SEC Football Tube, channel member for 6 months. Appreciate it, buddy. Says, Squidtard gave the Gamecocks the best gift since Clowney committed. Might contend for best day since 1969. Yeah, more ACC titles than Miami. Think about that for what it's worth. Appreciate you, buddy. Means a lot. 3rd and 11 for Cuse. Rolling back in the pocket, trying to look for the deep shot. He's going to throw over the middle. Slant route. Found a man complete inside the 20. Syracuse now in the red zone. Once again, Tim Banks' defense completely lost and missing on 3rd down. I wish we just had an infinite amount of timeouts, so that way we could just go ahead and take one for every time it's 3rd down, because we just look lost and unprepared every time there's a 3rd down. Up the middle, up, and it is a good gain right there. A good push by the running back. Gets about 5 or 6 yards. JFKH with a $2 super chat. Much appreciated. Says, which conference has the best ads? I'd argue it's the Big Ten. It used to be the SEC, and the SEC still contends for that. But I think they're riding on that whole best conference narrative just a little too much. Arian Carter's down for Tennessee. Hopefully he's okay. Really, really need him to stick around. Second half, Kentucky-Toledo has started. Can't believe that's a 1-score game still. I mean, I guess it shouldn't be the most surprising thing. I kind of figured that they'd do that. But, Mississippi State now is really starting to annihilate Southern Miss. They scored again, making it 27-10, and now here they are inside the 5 on 2nd and goal. Push up the gut and instantly untouched into the end zone. Mississippi State seems to have solidified their dub here. They're going to be up by 24 now. Devon Booth gets into the end zone. It's going to be 34-10 for Mississippi State. Great start for the Bulldogs, for the old Cowbell College. They needed that one desperately. They needed some sort of light, and even if they don't have a great season this year, that's, I mean, they've proven by this result that they'll at least compete a little bit better than they have previously. A lot of people remember Toledo beating Mississippi State 41-17. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, last year Mississippi State team probably would not be winning this game right now. I don't know. Or maybe what Marshall had was not as great as we remembered. Miami and South Carolina will face off in the playoffs. It's a possibility. I've got them both making it, so that wouldn't surprise me. If both teams finish 10-2 in their conference like I have them going, then yeah, I could absolutely see that. The only issue is that Miami's going to need some help if that happens. They finished 10-2 last year and they still couldn't make it. Bad return for Texas. They're going to be starting deep in their own field, with Arch Rating desperately trying to look for anything, any sort of light among the darkness, because they are not getting anything going. This is what Syracuse gets for letting Clemson into the ACC championship last year. Yeah, well, in the process, it did kick Miami out, so there's that. They also probably ended up letting the Horsies come in. If Miami had won that game and they went to the ACC championship instead of SMU, I don't know. Maybe we could have seen a scenario where 3 ACC teams made the playoffs. But I think that's too forgiving. That probably would have booted SMU out. Wow. Well, I guess since Lee Corso did pick the Buckeyes, they're going out with a bang. I'll say that much. There's still quite a bit of time in this game, but Texas looks lost on offense, and Ohio State's now up by 2 scores. It's not looking good for them. Here's 2nd and 3 for 'Cuse. Design screen, but it's a run up the gut. Not much more than maybe a yard. 3rd down. All right, here we go. 3rd down and 1. Let's see, they'll probably just push it up the gut again, and that's exactly what they do. Good second effort to get a little bit more than enough for the 1st down. So it's now 1st and goal for 'Cuse at the 3-yard line. Now, I'll definitely say this. I think the offense has improved drastically, but it's kind of like a lot of people predicted. The offense would improve, the defense would take a step back, and I think that's what we're looking at here. Because this does look like that. The defensive line looks way less aggressive than it did previously. Still good, still great defense. Not denying that, but I mean, maybe it's just that Syracuse's offense is just good. I don't know. We'll see. It's kind of like a Baylor-Auburn thing. Either Baylor is washed or Auburn is good at football again. It's kind of hard to figure out from one game alone. And we're going to get a timeout from Syracuse. Like Tennessee, Syracuse trying to run the no huddle, and they're having a much harder time pulling that off. Good blocking right there by Texas. Their offensive line is at least trying to do something for Arch. This is kind of like the last desperate drive, I guess the last desperate attempt for Texas right here. If they could score here, things change. And, oh my goodness. Is that picked? No, it's incomplete. No, it is? Oh my gosh. Arch, man. Yeah. Arch Manning is a lot of hype. It's going to take some time for him to develop, and obviously this was not the right time to do it. He just threw another interception. He had a man open, but once again he threw way far to the left, and it's picked off on the second effort. Here's 1st and goal for Syracuse, and stuffed immediately. Not much more than a yard maybe. But yeah, another interception by Ohio State. I know there's still 10 minutes left, but considering how this game has gone so far, unless Texas suddenly just gets the gears turned on, that'll probably do it. Retzlaff threw a pick too, dadgum. Seems like the only person not throwing any interceptions today is Joey Aguilar, who led the nation in interceptions last year. How about that? 2nd and goal, handoff up the gut. Good effort, might be enough, not quite. Very close though. He tried to reach for the end zone, but it's going to be about an inch short of where they need to be. 3rd and goal. Let's see if the Tennessee D-line can stand up for 2 more plays. Here it is, handoff. And, woo, tried to jump for it, but does not get there. Oh, never mind, they will give it to him. Okay. Forward progress. I thought he was short because he landed on the ground. Let's see. This is the replay. He jumps. And yeah, that'll count. Probably. That'll probably count. There you have it. Touchdown Syracuse. They just won't go away. Tennessee's trying to put the dagger in it, but they just will not quit. They're doing everything they can to try and fight. In fact, they're going for 2. They're going for 2 down by 18. Going to try and put this into a 16-point deficit. Make it a 2-score game. Here's the pass play. Throws and incomplete. Right off of the hands of the running back, and they'll be down by 18 with about 7:33 left in the 3rd. Tulane is doing great right now. They're burning the clock. Yeah, no. When you're up by that much, that's exactly what you should be doing. 23-3. Yeah, not a bad performance, definitely. And, I mean, Northwestern, I mean, they're not exactly the best team. They might be one of the worst in the Power 4 this year, but that's still a great win for Tulane in a game where they're just pretty much doing whatever they want to. They're just flat out dominating in the trenches, so... Well, yeah. Texas is in deep trouble now. I don't really know how they recover from this one. Of course, the narrative with Ohio State winning this game will more than likely be that the Big Ten in the North is just that much better than the SEC. But it's not a narrative I'm willing to fight back against. And Texas had multiple opportunities to score here. Several red zone attempts that were just completely destroyed. The goal line push. Yeah, no. You would have been better off running a halfback toss from the goal line, huh, Texas? Run another halfback toss. That's what you should have done. That did wonders for you last time. Seth Doge leaving Charles Huff definitely hurt Southern Miss's offense against Mississippi State. Arizona might actually have a good offense this season. Could be. I don't know. I mean, we'll find out once Arizona gets on the field and starts playing. But, yeah, I think it's more of a matter of Mississippi State just doing some really good adjustments on defense. We can't forget this is a different leagues team that we're talking about here. The talent fee applies for every team in the conference. But yeah, I will say, I mean, Texas is a disappointment. This is probably not going to need its own video. I mean, I probably will make it its own video, like a Game of the Century video, since it is the top 2 teams playing. Or at least, you know, number 1 and number 3. But, I mean, this is one of the biggest games that we're going to have all season. But I feel like that should be reserved more for the best games, not for the most highly ranked games. Yeah, no, Purdue just chewed out the clock. They ran through that game quick. The Soilermakers win their first game of the season over Ball State. Good win for Purdue. Won't need to cover that one. I think everybody sort of expected Purdue to take care of business there. Ryan Brown had a great game. 18 of 26, 311 yards, 3 total touchdowns. That's a great year. Or great start for Purdue. Based on so far, who is Clown of the Week? I'll probably run a poll about it, but if I had to choose, it's probably Boise State. Right now, it's Boise State. That's subject to change, but yeah, no, it's right now it's probably Boise. Although there are definitely some big-time contenders. Kent State is tied with Merrimack, 14 all halfway into the 4th. I'll have to turn on that game. I'll see if I can turn that game on. All these other games, all the multi-view games on here, it's Ohio State embarrassing, or Texas embarrassing themselves. Although they are in the red zone once again. But yeah, Mississippi State's blowing them out. Purdue already won against Ball State. So let's see if I can turn on another multi-view. Actually, I'm going to wait until this Ohio State game's over. Outside run by Tennessee, maybe 2 or 3 yards. Yeah, this Texas-Ohio State game will be long over by the time Tennessee's getting close to being done. So, yeah, we'll see how it pans out. 2nd and 8, another push up the gut. Once again, stuffed at the line. And it's going to be 3rd and 8 for Tennessee. Now we're starting to look soft again on the offense. Come on, guys. You know, they're only down by 18. You know, they're actually trying to fight back, at least try and put some effort into it. Syracuse player down. Looks like another lineman for Syracuse. Will you do a segment on Army versus Tarleton? Yeah, I'll probably touch on that game a bit. It might be them. If nothing spectacular happens throughout the rest of this game or the rest of this week, which is not going to happen, there's going to be some clowns showing up throughout the rest of this week. But if nothing else happens, it could be Army. It would be a close tie between Boise and Army right now. Because you pay your entire lifetime funds to get beat against Tarleton State. Yeah, not exactly good. Any top 25 teams playing each other or interesting games? Well, if you're talking about interesting games to watch before 6 o'clock when Iowa comes on, let's see. I mean, Alabama, Florida State, that's probably going to be where everybody's going to have their eyes on once the 3:30 slate comes in, which won't be long from now. But yeah, Bama, Florida State. Coastal Carolina, Virginia kicks off the same time you guys play whoever you play. Yeah, there aren't many entertaining games. There are some good ones, like the one we're playing right now, but a lot of the good ones that are on are either reserved for here, which are almost done, or they're going to be reserved for tonight when like LSU and Clemson play. I'm really surprised that's not a Monday kickoff. Here it is, 3rd down and 7 for Tennessee. Aguilar back to pass, looking, barely gets the pass off, batted up the air and incomplete. Looking for the flag, they won't get it. So 4th down and 8, a quick 3 and out for the Syracuse defense. Despite what it may look like with Tennessee, blowing them out, it doesn't look like they want to die all that soon. So they're fighting. You got to give them credit for that. They are fighting real hard right now. Oh my gosh. That pass is incomplete. Texas turns the ball over on downs. Just pathetic, man. Another red zone attempt completely squandered. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We have a potential special teams miscue by Syracuse. Ball might have glazed past a Syracuse player on the special teams return, and it might be Tennessee ball. We'll see. Oh, I think that hit his leg or his bum. Yeah, this is under further review. That might have hit the Syracuse returner's bum. That's about as close as you can get to a butt fumble. That might be another alternate version of the butt fumble. What is this? Oh, that's close. There's got to be evidence that it touched his bum. Oh my gosh, yeah. This is what I mean, man. It's probable that this won't be overturned, but if it is, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Syracuse has had a chance to stay in this game, but they keep screwing themselves. Yeah, no, well, no doubt it hits the towel. It all sort of depends on whether or not that counts. That should count. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 2, says horns down. Woo! The scary hand signal. Woo! What are we at right now? 9, okay. Appreciate the 2, Scott. I don't know. It all sort of depends on whether or not they actually give this to Syracuse. Because yeah, no, if they do, then that's about the closest thing to a butt fumble that we'll get or that we'll see. Can Toledo please get something going offensively? No, they're not allowed to. Is that different leagues principle coming into play? Yep. Kind of figured that to be the case. They did not overturn it. It is going to stay Syracuse ball. There had to be indisputable evidence that it did, and that one was really close. So, you know, it's not worth me getting angry about. Indiana on upset alert? Already? Really? Down 7-0 to Old Dominion. Very early in that game, so definitely not upset alert quite yet, but we'll see. If Old Dominion goes down and scores again, makes it a 2-score game, then oh boy. Hey, I'm not expecting Indiana to fall off that quick. All right, well, the Tennessee defense has been struggling to stop this Q's offense for the last few drives. Let's see if they can get the stop here. Outside run, completely annihilated right there. Tried to get there on the outside, and Jordan Ross came in and obliterated that man. Good play. He was not fooled by the option at all. Take it from me, Old Dominion is tough. Yeah, Old Dominion, a playoff team, sir. So that's a loss of 5 for Q's. They're getting short on time here. Remember, they're down 3 scores. So they got to score, and score again. 2nd and 15. Pass play for Angeli, looking for a man down the field. Gets it off, complete, for about half of the yardage needed. So it's going to be 3rd and 7 or 3rd and 8. The problem with the defense has definitely not been pass rush. We've been doing that just fine. It's been the zone defense that's kind of been the problem, and it's a continuously running problem under Tim Banks as the zone defense. He always leaves somebody wide open in any given circumstances if he expects that Syracuse isn't going to find him. So we go 3rd down again for Syracuse. 3rd and 8. Syracuse 4 of 9 on 3rd downs. This is going to be their 10th attempt. Back to throw, Angeli looking for a man. He's going to throw in a one-on-one coverage. Almost intercepted, but incomplete. And it's going to be 4th and 8 And they'd have to be stupid to go for it here. I would just give it back to the Vols. Nonetheless, really good pass protection by Tennessee there. Or coverage. Took care of business. The man-on-man is not a problem anymore. We've got guys that can go man-on-man with anybody, it looks like. Colton Hood is just about as good as Ramon McCoy, it's looking like. I don't know. It's something. It's something for sure. And a good punt. And it's going to take the fair catch, and that'll be a touchback. Well, one thing's for sure, all those rankings that had Tennessee unranked or whatever the hell, yeah. I bet they feel real stupid now. Because this looks to me like a ranked performance. I don't know about y'all. We've got all the time in the world to see more football, but, you know, based on what I've seen so far, this is definitely more than a top 24 team. No shame in a Texas loss on the road versus number 3 and the reigning champs. Yeah. I mean, Arch looked terrible today, but again, it was against one of the best defenses in the country. Here's Aguilar looking for another deep throw. He's going to throw the dump off, though, and it's going to be good for a first down. Chris Brazel gets the first down for the Vols. I'm surprised. We're here way more than halfway through the third quarter, and we only have 3 recorded bubble screens for Tennessee. Handoff up the gut. This one to Thomas. Or that's Lewis. Never mind. That's Peyton Lewis. Good for 8 yards. Prediction score for Iowa versus Alabama, 40-5 or something like that. That sounds about as Iowa-ass score as you can get. And we got a false start for Tennessee. It was 2nd and 2. Now it's going to be 2nd and 7. It's this thing, man. You can't be doing this, you stupid dummies. Scott Crawford with the 2. Arch Manning was crying. Yeah, not surprised. I don't know why you'd be. I mean, I get it. It was a terrible performance, but you know, it's the start of the season. I mean, I know why they'd want the win. I'd want that win too. Anybody would want to go on the road and beat Ohio State and Columbus. You know what I mean? But more often than not, that's just not how it happens. Arch will be fine. He'll have plenty of time to develop as a quarterback. I think Texas will be fine overall. Their defense is going to keep them in a lot of the games that they play, no matter how Arch performs. He's going to have a lot of development time, and I think that'll show through his conference games. 2nd and 7. This is going to be a bubble screen. There's number 4, and that one does not go well. Tried to give it to Staley, and it did not go all that great. So there's number 4 on the day. 4th bubble screen of the day. Justin Ziegler, member for 1 month. Let's check on Ohio State versus Texas. Do we put this on a different league principle? Matthew McConaughey or Ohio State having a good defense? I put it most on Ohio State having a great defense, but maybe there's some of that McConaughey magic. I think we put it on Lee Corso, honestly. That's Aguilar going for the read option. Tried to get the run on the outside, but was not fast enough. Syracuse catches up, and it'll be 4th and short for Tennessee. They're going to be forced to punt. The offense has slowed down quite a significant bit. It looks like we're back to chewing clock, and we're not doing much of a great job because it's not even. We only barely chewed like 2 minutes of it. .410 left in this Ohio State-Texas game. This is at this point the last hurrah for Texas. If they don't score a touchdown here, they're more than likely out of it. Because you've got to score, and then you got to get the ball back and score again. And the hard part's not getting the ball back. The hard part is actually doing the scoring. You got to do twice. You got to do that twice within 4 minutes and only 2 timeouts in your pocket. So, yeah, good luck. Good luck. Figure it out. All right. What's up, Squid? I think Joey Aguilar in Tennessee has looked pretty good today. Yeah, the offense has definitely taken a big step forward. It's the defense that sort of got me concerned when you let Syracuse put up 20 points. I don't know. Maybe the Orange will have a great year this year, and then it winds up not looking as bad as it is. But we're up by 18 on a Power 5 team. We're working out all these kinks early, getting us prepared for that big matchup in 2 weeks against Georgia. I'm not gonna have too many complaints about it. I'm really not. But it also just sort of depends on how well Syracuse adapts to it, because this game is not over. It's not over until the clock hits 0. They've got all the time in the world to make this look competitive again. Tulane secondary is looking good. That was the most impacted group during portal season. Yeah, that's a great thing for them, because if Tulane's got a great defense and an offense good enough to adapt to most defenses they play, they could be a playoff team this year. The only issue with Tulane is that they don't have the benefit of a super easy schedule like some of these other G5 contenders do. But we know this for a fact. Boise State sucks now without Gentiball. UNLV looks terrible on defense. They'll probably lose a few games. Army is Army. We saw what happened there. No point even talking about that. A lot of the contenders for the G5 are dropping like flies, and before you know it, there's only going to be a handful left. Ooh. Delayed punt right there. It looks like they might have thought about faking the punt, but nope. They decided they were going to stick with it, and Syracuse is going to recover inside the 20. Here's Arch on 2nd and 5. Barely gets the pass off. Incomplete. Once again, Texas finding themselves in great field position, but just incompetent red zone offense is probably going to screw them over again. Or at least that's what it's looking like. I'm going to send Squid some of those obnoxiously large Smokey the Dog slippers from Comfy Feet. Hell, I could use it, man. I forgot to wear shoes for today's game. I'm sitting here barefoot watching these guys play. Here's a handoff. It's going to be an outside run. Good blocking. Good for 8 yards. A false start by Texas is going to pin them back here on 3rd and 10. They just don't have any answers for this Ohio State defense. Not a single one. Another handoff. They're getting some good blocks. The run blocking has taken a significant decline from the looks of it. They're having a hard time stopping this Syracuse offense. I don't know what happened. I really don't. Did the James Pierce Jr. loss make us fall apart that hard? I don't understand it. 4 receivers out. Here's Angeli back in the pocket, looking for a receiver downfield, throws late, and out of bounds and incomplete. You guys said Arch Manning touchdown. Throws on a one-on-one pass play, and yeah, wow. There you go. Got to Livingstone. Great one-on-one, but not good enough as Texas is going to get the score. So that's step 1. Is scoring the touchdown. Now step 2 is you got to stop Ohio State with enough time to go down there and score again. Well, wouldn't that be fun to watch this game go into overtime? And then it really would be a game of the century, wouldn't it? 2nd and 10 now for Q's at the 25-yard line. Here's a handoff. Misdirection right there. Good for maybe 4 yards. Tennessee is definitely adding to the hype meter when I go visit Neyland for the Georgia game. See y'all there, Vols. Oh, I mean, that is going to be a game. That stadium is not going to be louder at any other time than it is going to be for that game. I know that for a fact. 3rd and 6. 4 receivers out for Q's right here at the 29-yard line. Here's Angeli back to throw. Throws quick, and it is caught. Tennessee caught in zone once again. He's got a big run down the 50, past the 45, taken down finally at the 42. This shit. Can we stop lining up in zone, please? Holy hell, Tim Banks. Why? Every time he's lined up in that same zone coverage, and they catch us on the slant route every freaking time. He never learns. 5 years of this. 5! We got another Tennessee man down. 30 seconds left to go. I am concerned now. I am, because we're getting beat bad. Like we're getting beat bad defensively in the second half. And it's the same problem every time. Unless if we get in there and actually beat them on the blitz, it's the same problem. They read the blitz, see the option, and then we pay for it. On the same freaking play every time. They do a slant route, and that's how they cost us every time. Why is Tennessee even running zone? Because I don't know. We've been having a great job on the man-on-man. Just keep it that way. Have 2 safeties deep and then keep it man. I don't know why we keep switching to zone every single time it's third down, because all they do is run the same slant route and then they catch us lacking. And now here they are once again in Tennessee territory. They're only down 3 scores. We're not even in the fourth quarter yet. Get it together, defense. The offense finally learned how to score. Why can't the defense figure out how to stop anybody? So first down and 10 now from the 43-yard line. Got some misdirection. It's a direct halfback run. And it is good for maybe, I guess, 4 yards. So it's going to be 2nd and 6 again. And there you have it. 14-7. Texas, that play is going to stand. Yeah. Well, that'll put an end to the fourth quarter. Or the third quarter. We're heading into the fourth quarter. So put your 4s up and pray and hope that Tennessee doesn't let me down again. Because Syracuse has been having all kinds of fun on this Tennessee defense. And it's starting to concern me now, especially with that slant route. I wish we could just get more interceptions, because every time it gets on third down, we wound up doing the same freaking thing. Just flopping on the ground and dying. I kind of wish this game didn't last as long as it did, because my stomach is growling, man. I need some food, and I need it fast. Yeah, here's your stats going into the fourth. Steve Angeli, almost as many yards as Joey Aguilar, 195. 1 touchdown, 1 interception. You've seen Willis, 77 yards on the ground. Yeah, no, this is a little concerning, because now they're over 250 yards of offense. So we kind of need to get it together. And a part of Syracuse's problem throughout this game is that they've screwed themselves with turnovers and penalties and a whole bunch of other whatevers. So this is, that is becoming a problem, and we need to get it fixed pronto. I'm liking this Joey guy. Yeah, no, Joey Aguilar has been great today. Our offense is leagues and bounds ahead of where it was before. In fact, you could even say it is a different league.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
The only problem is the defense also looks to be the exact same way, because the defense, it looks unrecognizable. Like I'm used to Tennessee giving up like third downs and whatever, but it usually always results in us holding people to field goals or whatever. But Syracuse they've had no problem driving down on this Tennessee defense, and if they can do that, I can't even imagine what teams like Oklahoma and whoever else are we going to play. I can't imagine what they're going to do to us. So it's definitely a cause for concern, but at the end of the day, a win's a win, and I'll take it for what it's worth. Good grief, man. They overturned an interception. Uh-oh. Did they now? Second and 10. Yeah, if I'm Ohio State, man, I'm clenching my cheeks right now. This is concerning. I'll say that for sure. It's the Michigan game all over again. Well, you guys are up by a touchdown. So take that for what it's worth. Again, Texas has got to get the ball back. They've got to drive down the entire length of the field and then score again. They haven't scored all game except for that one drive where they finally had a lucky break. We'll see what they can do. Here's Saiyan back to pass. The Super Saiyan running out of the pocket. Gets away from a Texas defender. Throws late, and it's thrown to the floor. So now it's going to be 3rd and 10. Army or Boise is clown of the week so far? Yeah. No, absolutely. I would call this a low-scoring game. That's about as far as it can get. Yeah, no. If Syracuse scores here, I think people are going to just start to pin their attention towards this game. Because if they score and make this a 10-point game, that's going to make things very interesting. We'll see what they can do. 2nd and 5. Final quarter beginning right here. Here's a handoff up the gut. Got a nice little push right there. Good for about 3 or 4 yards. Marshall's full of 5th-year players. Georgia is very young. They could give them fits. Yeah, 5th-year walk-ons. Here's the 3rd down and 1. Run on the outside. Cannot get there. In fact, it's a loss right there. Tried to fool the Tennessee defense, and they did not bite. So now it's going to be 4th and short for Syracuse. A 4th down stop would effectively end this game, so that would be absolutely huge, but I'm not buying it until I see it. Tennessee defense in clutch time has let me down more times than they've let me be happy, so we'll see. Here it is. 2 for 2 on 4th downs, trying to make it 3 for 3. 4th and 1. Upset hopes lying on this play. Outside run. This is going to be a handoff. No, it's going to be a play action. No, he's not sacked. He throws it late. Gets it complete. Oh, my goodness. Tennessee had him. They had him. There were several guys around him. He breaks the tackle. Able to get away from the pressure and throw it late and get the 1st down. That one wasn't on Tim Banks. That one wasn't on him. That was just an incredible play by Steven Jelly, man. Dadgum, man. They won't quit. They won't give up. Handoff up the gut. No, it's play action. Rolling out of the pocket. And Jelly looking deep. Now he's going to take it for himself. Misses one man. Gets the 1st down, and now they're in the red zone. They're not going to quit, man. Syracuse is going to make this a dogfight. Missed tackles. Missed opportunities on defense. Syracuse is not wanting to give this thing up, and Tennessee is letting them do what they want. And we've got another man down for the Vols. These people dropping like flies. We're going to have to put on walk-ons on the team. 10 of our guys are hurt. Here's Texas. They've got all the time in the world now to score. 2:26 left to go, but they're deep in their own territory. Arch throws late. Overthrown and incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10. Ay, man. They're making this tough on me, I'll say that much. Good news, Tennessee offense is taking a step forward. Bad news, Tennessee defense is taking a step back. Either that or Syracuse is not going to be missing Honda McCord anytime soon. Kentucky-Toledo is like an Iowa game. Well, color me shocked. Boy, I bet the Kentucky man is oh boy. Yeah, as you would expect, Zach Calzada, not very good. He's struggling out there against this Toledo defense. But then again, so's Toledo. Then let me look at the stats here. Yeah, Zach Calzada, 10 of 23, 85 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception. Whew, that's bad. That's bad. Oh, boy. The only thing is, they can run the ball well. Seth McGowan and Dante Dowdle each have got almost 50 yards apiece, so there's that. I mean, you have that to look forward to. The passing game is terrible, but at least the run game is doing at least a little something. Yeah, but no, we'll see. We'll see if Toledo can maybe exist on offense long enough to make that competitive again. But I don't know. I don't get the arch hype personally. Well, he's got all the talented assets in the world. That's why. I mean, it matters less about what he's got and more about what there is around him is what I think. I mean, I think we can all agree on that because Texas' defense obviously elite. They've got some great wide receivers, a pretty good running back room. They have all the material in the world to go out there and succeed. But yeah, holy shit, it's a miracle. Kent State won. No way, really? Wow, that'd be crazy. Here's a run up the gut for Hughes. And they got a good push. That's nine more yards. This Tennessee defense looks just tired and exhausted, man. They're getting pushed around. Here's another run. Up the gut again. Another good push. That's a first down, and they're going to give this thing up. It seems Tennessee has already waved the white flag on this drive. Go ahead and let them get the score, make this a 2-score game. And another Tennessee player down, dude. Oh my gosh. And is that Colton Hood? No. That's a true freshman we've got that out there on the field. And guess what? We got a true Ty Redmond, a true freshman out there on the freaking field. And guess what? He's hurt too. He's injured too. Oh my goodness, dude. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Not only is our defense getting pushed around, but now we're losing so many guys who are even the freshmen we tried out there. They still suck. They're still getting hurt. Ay, man. Now, granted, this is something to take into account. Jermod McCoy is not playing in this game. So there's that. Jermod McCoy is not in this game. So I guess there's that for what it's worth, but there's some serious issues on the defense, man. You can't just be letting them just do what they want to. All right, well, here we go. I'm going to lock in here. It's 4th and 5 for Texas. This is effectively the game on the line here. I think we can all agree on that. Well, I won't lie. I'm very concerned. Not as concerned as other fan bases are, but there you have it. And here we go. Here's 4th down. Tries to throw. He does get it off, but it is complete, but he's short. He is short, and that'll effectively do it. The number 1 team in the nation, the Texas Longhorns, in the 1 week in history that they're ranked number 1 in the preseason, that's how long it'll last. Ohio State is going to beat Texas at home in Columbus. Great win for the Buckeyes. Huge win. Shout out to Red. I know he's ecstatic right now. I can't blame him for being that way. Great win. Hard-fought defensive struggle, kind of like a lot of us expected. I sort of thought Archer was going to have a better performance than what he did, but the rush they brought under the pressure he was facing all game, that just never got... It just got into his head. And that's really all it came down to, man. Ohio State got in his head, and that's how it finished. So, congratulations to the Buckeyes. Their reign of terror is going to continue as they are going to once again win another big game. Now we got to do our part. And so far it's in a struggle. It's in a struggle fest for sure. They just showed the game-winning field goal Tennessee had against Syracuse back in '98. So is that for what it's worth? Scott Crawford, appreciate the 2 cents. Put them horns the hell down. Yep, there you go. Here's the run up the gut. And it's close, but not quite enough. It's going to be first and second and goal. But they're just going to bring everybody back out. Let's see if maybe we can have a goal line stand here. Here's another halfback run. This is an outside run. He beats the defender. And there you have it. Another Syracuse touchdown. Their fourth. That's their. I think their third one of the day. No, that's their 4th touchdown of the day. Very, very underwhelming performance by the defense tonight. That's for sure. There's still a lot of time left in this game. It is far from over. We got a competitive ball game over here. That's all I can really say. And they are going to go for 2 again. Try and make this a 10-point game rather than a 12-point one. 4 receivers out. No, it's a 5. Now it's lined up 5 wide. Angeli all alone in the pocket. It's a quarterback run. Tries to beat the lineman and he can't. They're all over him, and that's how that's gonna end. There you go. 38-26 is your score now, with 12 minutes left to play in this ball game. That's all the time in the world for Syracuse to get the jump on Tennessee, and they've been doing a whole lot of that. The offense needs to get under control and get under control fast. If they don't do anything fast, I think Syracuse might have a really good chance. The defense has been lost and completely missing. So that is a problem. That is a big time problem. Tennessee trying to sell. They're doing their damnedest. They're doing their damnedest to try it. I'll say that much. Just survive and thrive, man. Just survive and thrive, man. That's all there is to it. Just, can we do that, please? That's all I could really ask for. We've been live for about 4 hours. I got to run to the pisser, man. I've got to go bad. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back to hell. And that's I'm concerned. I'm a little spooked now. Kentucky seems to have been revived from the ether, as they have scored once again on Toledo. So it's 17-2 in that game. Kentucky is going to look to survive. It is 12:23 left in the game, and I mean, there's a shot to Toledo could come back, especially if they do like Syracuse has been doing and just running all over their defense. But I don't know. I'm not so sure. I'm going to switch over to Bama, Florida State like everybody else is doing. I think that's what everybody's got their minds focused on. But, yeah. Texas was as scared as scoring tonight. as they were, as they are, with the hand signal pointed downwards. Alrighty then. Well, this is sort of the defining factor here. If Tennessee can score here, they can effectively put an end to this absolute shootout of a game. If they can't, and Syracuse gets the ball back, oh boy, we sure got a game on our hands. That's all I can really say. I'm kind of holding my breath here, waiting to see what happens. Because now it's clutch time for Tennessee, and they need to come in the clutch for me. Here's Aguilar. There's your bubble screen, another one. This is a good one, too. Got all the way past the 40 into the 45-yard line. Hell yeah. Number 5 coming in through the clutch today. As a number 5 bubble screen. Bam. There's your 5th one of the day. Here's another hand. This is a handoff to Bishop, and it is stuffed for a big loss. Why is Tennessee still going fast? I don't have a clue. That's just kind of how we run our offense. We run the tempo. Oh, kickoff for Florida State's at 3:50. So they got the Syracuse-Tennessee game on here too. Let me switch it. There's nothing good on. I think that's the multi-view that everybody's going to keep their eye on. Okay, well, yeah, no. Both of these quarterbacks have been slinging it very, very well. I'm going to say this. I don't know how much of a difference Jermod McCoy will make when he gets back, but I certainly hope it's a big one because right now this Tennessee defensive backfield is getting gashed just about as bad as it was back in 22. That's the thing, man. This team looks way closer to 2022. They look way closer to that than they did in the last previous 2 years. And sure, maybe it's less stressful in a lot of cases, but I'm tired of watching our defense just get absolutely pummeled. Because we gotta answer. We gotta answer again pretty quick. Defensive games go faster than offensive games. That is definitely the truth. That's exactly what you're thinking. Because Q's is doing whatever they want to our defense. We need to go ahead and respond. Indiana and Old Dominion are tied. Dadgum. Yeah, Kirk Signetti. No wonder he's bragging on our strength of schedule. The same people that we schedule for our soft strength of schedules are the same people that he's losing to. Stupid ass. Oh, Kirk Signetti. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna be stupid and brag on the SEC for their soft strength of schedule. And then I'm gonna schedule the same teams and lose to them. Mississippi State, just like Purdue, gonna start out strong with a 1-0 start. We're gonna see some Penn State action here shortly. Here's 2nd and 12 for the Vols. 3 receivers lined up. This is going to be a handoff up the gut. Not much given. They were not fooled by that. He did get a positive game, but it's going to be 3rd and mid here. Is Army Clown of the Week? About as close to it as you can get. Right now, they're probably the front runner. I'll make a poll about it as I usually do, and I'll let you guys kind of be the ultimate deciding factor in that. But yeah, no, Army looks to be the main man. 4 receivers lined up here on 3rd and 7. Aguilar back to throw. They're bringing the pressure. He's going to throw a deep bomb. He might have a man, and it's off his hands, incomplete. Bunch of contact, no flag there either. Mike Matthews almost had him beat, but it was a little bit underthrown, and we have no flag there, and Syracuse is going to get this ball right back. Yeah, man. Underthrown by Aguilar. Ay, ay, ay. maybe they weren't wrong to where they ranked us. I don't know. Here's the punt. And it's a fair catch caught at the 11-yard line. Toledo scored. Uh-oh. If they score again, I'll pivot over to that game. I don't have it on here, but if they do it again, yeah, I'll turn the game back over. Tennessee defense better tighten up here. Yeah, that's the problem. The offense is the one. The shocking revelation tonight is that the offense has been the ones playing well, and the defense has just looked soft. They look like, injuries haven't helped for sure, but again, I talked about that earlier, saying injuries are not a good enough excuse, and they aren't. They aren't a good excuse. We cannot be letting these soft-ass holes get control. Because that's what's happening here. They're exposing these holes. It's a bad situation. Is it going to be a run up the gut? Maybe 4 or 5 yards on that one. They're just... Here, this is bad. This is really bad because every single year previously, the last 2 years, that's never been a problem. We've never been able to run up the gut like that and just control our defensive line, and that's what they're doing. Ay, dude. 2nd and 6. 5 receivers out for Q's. Back to throw. Angeli looking for somebody, and then he goes down. Thank you. Thank you, Jalen McMurray. Let's go. 3rd down and long for Syracuse. Now they tried to look for somebody there, and they won't get him. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Ay. Oh, boy. Well, now it's 3rd and 11. Tennessee's got 5 sacks today. Could really use another because this is the Tim Banks way to let them go in and get this 3rd down. Here it is. Angeli back to pass, looking for a man down the field. He's going to throw down the field, and it is incomplete. Looking for another flag. You won't get it. Good play by Colton Hood once again, and there you have it. Big stop right there. Colton Hood's been playing just such a good game today. And so it's another stop for Tennessee, and it is going to be another 4th down for Syracuse. And considering where they are on the field, I don't care how much time there is. You need to just go ahead and punt this thing. And that's what they'll do. They'll punt from the end zone. Down to 9 minutes left to go, fellas. And this one's going to roll. It is going to be recovered and returned. But not much given right there. And Tennessee is going to have the ball at their own 47. Well... Bama versus Florida State right about to begin, so we're gonna see how that pans out. All right, this is it, fellas. If we can get an offensive score here, that would effectively put an end to this game. So let's go ahead and do that, please. Scott Crawford, $2 Super Chat says, sorry, got to go. Been up since 3 p.m. yesterday. Well, no worries, man. You take care of yourself. Here's a good run by Star Thomas. Gets the 1st down, a whole lot more. Still going. And a good run by Thomas gets us real deep into territory. But yeah, man, Scott, you take care of yourself, brother. That's what's important for you, man. I appreciate you being here. You have a great, safe rest of your day, brother. We got a Syracuse man down now. This has been a really, really tough game in terms of injuries. Really hard-fought, gritty matchup right now. Gritty. Isaiah Hastings down for Syracuse now. Hope he gets better. Hope it isn't serious. Touchdown Iowa State. Good for the Cyclones. They're going to keep that momentum from last week going, it looks like. That's what I'm telling you. Iowa State's a contender. They are a contender for the Big 12 right now. They could be a potential problem. What is Kirk Herbstreit doing? What's he not doing? Trolling Florida State again? Tennessee fans booing injured players again? Well, the last one wasn't injured. You could obviously see it on that one play you're referring to. The guys literally point at each other and go down at the same time. And for this guy, if he is hurt, I hope he is okay. Looks as if he is. I hope so. You know, you never like to see any injuries, but one thing you definitely don't like is to see injuries be exploited as a way to stop offenses, and that's low down, dirty behavior for anybody who does that. And that's the problem, is that you never know. Y'all are poverty for letting Orange hang around this long. You know what's even more poverty? Losing to him. I can't imagine who'd do that. Huh, Miami man? I get you're a troll and all that, and like you're here for trolling, but trying to troll us for, you know, having a battle with a team that you got absolutely dominated by last year. Yeah, that's real funny. First and 10. 3 Tennessee players lined up. 3 receivers. This is going to be a handoff. Another one. Tries to get to Thomas. He's got a little bit of a game, but not much on that one. It's going to be second down. If the Michigan State offense that was seen in the first half, that'd be great for us. So you're talking about, yeah, Michigan State did not look bad. They didn't look great. I don't think they look like the contender, but they do look better. Second down and 7. Pass play. It's going to be a quick slant route complete. First down inside the 20s. So now we're in the red zone. Got a nice connection to Chris Brazzell right there. Georgia defense taking no breaks. They're all over Marshall already. Looks to be the same for Penn State. Here's a run up the gut for Tennessee. Good for about 5 yards. If I'm Tennessee, I'm just chewing this clock. Who cares about running the tempo? Just chew the clock, burn as much of it as you can, and let this thing be over already. So there we go. Quick third down stand for Georgia. We'll see if Penn State can do the same against Nevada. I imagine they will. Up the gut once again. Not quite good enough for the first down, but very, very close. Iowa State's mascot looks horrifying facing towards. I'm hoping it's just first game rust, but Childs was having one. Yeah, Aiden Childs, that's my biggest problem with State right now. Is I don't know how good he's going to do once he gets into conference competition. He did not look great. Nick Marsh looks wonderful. Nick Marsh is super talented. That dude is going to put up some big time numbers. But the only problem is the quarterback that's you know, given the football, not quite the contender some people thought he could be. Here we go, third down and 1, trying to control this clock. Under 6 minutes left to go. Here's the run up the gut, as you would imagine. No, it's Aguilar. A play action pass, throws towards the end zone. Caught and touchdown, Tennessee! Got it to Chris Brazzell right there, right on the sidelines. Hits the pylon. And fellas, ladies and gentlemen, there's a flag. And of course, ineligible receiver downfield. Oh my goodness. Ref ball is trying as hard as they can to keep Syracuse in this game, bro. And that was third down too. Or was it? I think that was third down. I don't know. Oh my goodness. These fundamental issues that keep killing us, bro. It's the same thing that Syracuse did earlier. So, once again, another touchdown wiped off the board because our dumbasses decided they were going to force another flag. Ding, 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 ding. I don't get it. Can we just win the game? And that was, of course, that was on third down, too. So now it's 3rd and 6. Third down and 6. Here's Star Thomas. He's got some great blocking. Breaks a tackle. Gets down to the 1. Okay. Well, that's a conversion right there. That's a first down. And for added measure, we get to break some clock here. Good stuff. Kentucky scored again. Yeah, I knew they'd effectively win that game. Good for them. Really, good for them. Scott Crawford, appreciate the $2 super chat. Says, eat it, Paul Feinbaum. SEC elitist. We'll see you later, Scott. Appreciate you for tuning in, buddy. Glad you got another one over the SEC. You're probably single-handedly destroying the different leagues narrative. I just realized this has said Kansas State versus Iowa State for the longest time. How come nobody pointed that out? That is absolutely hilarious. We're 4 hours into that stream, and not anybody in here thought to point that out. That it said Iowa State versus Kansas State Farmageddon on the screen. That's hilarious. Thanks, guys. That is hilarious. Oh my god. No! We didn't score!
Alright! Alright!
Yeah! Premature score soundbite. I'm going to have to remember to take that off periodically after every time we score. That's funny. Nobody noticed that. I mean, great. Great. It wouldn't be a Squidtard stream without some technological errors. I'll say that much. I'll be able to play that score. I'll be able to play that score sound effect or the score bug again in just a minute. Don't worry. Florida State should be competitive against Alabama. Good luck. I think they'll put up a decent fight. It might be end up just like Syracuse, Tennessee. We'll see. Here we go. High snap, and the ball almost comes out. A miscue on the read option, and Syracuse makes them pay for it. They go way back, and now it's going to be second and whatever. You're going to get that under control real soon. And got some serious miscues on the option plays that need to be under control as well. Another injury for Syracuse, man. There better not be a Tennessee fan booing in the stadium. This one's a serious one, it looks like. Georgia's offense doing whatever they want to on this Marshall defense. And again, though, I mean, shocker, baffling even. God, that Braylon Staley touchdown. Oh my gosh. Aguilar, I mean, I'll say this much. Even despite the miscues by Aguilar, he's shown way better promise than Nico has. But which you should expect, granted, because he's a fifth-year senior as compared to Nico, who was just a freshman or a sophomore last year. So, Bama, Florida State getting ready to kick off. That one's about to be, I bet that one's going to be a real fun game. And there you have it. Georgia scores with only 5 minutes into the game. I mean, we all already expected that. I mean, everybody expected that, honestly. Well, everybody's eyes going to be on the game tonight. LSU Clemson. That's going to be a big one. We all know that to be true. Anyone who thinks FSU will even get a first down is delusional. Well, I know this for a fact. Bama's going to be playing at 100% capacity because of all the things that Castellano said. He gave them the ammunition, and they're going to be fighting now. We know that to be true. I don't think Manning is going to be touted for the Heisman this coming week. Nope. Probably not. That could change midway through the season, though, because he's going to get a lot of development time midway through the season. It's the Dan Mullen word. The almighty word of development. I think they just switched the location of the Tennessee-Syracuse game. I think they just gave Florida State the I think they just gave Tennessee the middle finger for Syracuse, which, to be honest, I don't think anybody ever expected the game to last that long. I mean, it's almost over. If Tennessee scores, that'll effectively put an end to it. But, yeah, I very much appreciate being able to go back to the game. They're not gonna let me go back. They're gonna force me to watch Florida State go out there. That's messed up, man. I was in the middle of watching that, ABC. You can't just decide to go up and switch the game. You gotta wait your turn. So I guess the Tennessee game switched to the SEC network. This is the shit I hate, dude. They never do this in the NFL. Just go up and decide, yeah, you know what? No. You want to watch Tennessee Syracuse? That's too bad. You know what? No, you're not allowed to watch it anymore. They moved it to ESPN News. Couldn't even get SEC Network. Stupid. And now my YouTube TV's broke. They're trying hard not to make me yeah, Tennessee scored. I kind of expected that, yeah. I can't get to ESPN News. I'm gonna have to sit down for a minute and figure it out. But since they scored, I'll go ahead and play this. I'll go ahead and play the score bite for you guys, since you guys desperately want it so bad. By the way, I did find it. It was I did manage to find it. I don't know. Is my mic loud enough for you guys? I want to make sure I got that down. I'm sure it's subject to change in the next stream, like it always does. For those of you curious, and for those of you still in here, first of all, I want to check something, because this is important. I've been keeping tabs on this, and I meant to keep track of it earlier. We're close. We are 45 subscribers away from the big 20,000 subscriber count. That's absolutely huge for the program. I can't thank you guys enough for getting me to that point. I really can't. It's crazy that we got here. You guys are all great people, great, wonderful people. Love each and every one of you guys, and I desperately mean that. You all guys are awesome. Here's a quick throw right there. It is complete, but not for much. All right, 2nd and 4. Yeah, they're trying to rush as quick as possible. Gets it off at the last second, complete for a first down. Got it to Nixon for another first down. And if I had to guess, in the official Tim Banks way, we're going to be playing very, very conservative ball for the last few minutes of this game. We'll probably end up letting them score. I don't know what we'll do, but let's see what happens. And Jelly gets it off again. It's a dump off. He's hit as he goes, as he catches it, and that's good for about 5 yards. The SEC is overrated. Yep. Heard that narrative before.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
And Jelly once again, back to throw. Gets it off, complete. Gets away from 2 guys, and then gets down at the 30-yard line. So, they're having all day to throw. They're doing whatever they want to. They're doing everything they want to on this Tennessee defensive backfield. Here we go again. Pass play, looking for a man deep down. They do get pressure, but he throws it late and gets it to Nixon again. The Tennessee defensive backfield just looks lost. We look missing. They're letting guys do anything they want to. This is bad. This is bad. We're not going to cover, are we? Here it is, 1st and goal already. And Jelly once again looking back. Throws the screen and incomplete. Deflected at the line. You did hear a little bit of different leagues. I'll say that much. Penn State kind of on the back foot, struggling offensively against Nevada. What is that about? Georgia's doing everything they want to on Marshall, but Penn State can't score on Nevada? What is that about? Huh? I'm not sure I understand that one. 2nd and goal. Syracuse lined up 5 wide here with 2 minutes left to go in this ball game. Angeli back to throw. He's going to throw to the end zone and incomplete. Well overthrown. It'll be 3rd and goal. This is kind of what I expected, the bend but don't break defensive philosophy here. We played zone. We let him get all the way down the field, and now we're gonna burn him here on this on the goal line. FSU forced a 4th down. You're right. Uh-oh. Right, Raggy. I feel like if you're a Vols fan, this is what you wanted to see from your offense, especially from Joey. Yeah, the offense is great. The offense is great. It's kind of what some fans expected, that the offense will take a big step forward and the defense will take a step back, and that's what we're seeing. Here's 3rd and goal. Dumps it off. Gives it to his man, but not much more than a 4-yard gain. It'll be 4th and goal from the 5. Pretty much the final attempt for Syracuse to do anything in this game. Any sort of attempt they had of an upset pretty much comes down to this play. Love the SEC video, especially after the Ohio State versus Texas game. Yeah, no, definitely. I'll get to do that again after this one. I don't know. Does the Texas-Ohio State game deserve its own video? Because I don't know. Like, it was close, it was competitive, it was defensive the entire time, but did it really even live up to the hype? That's kind of the thing that I'm wondering. Did it even live up to the hype? Let's see. I'm going to check. I think Tennessee, because I need to know when I'm doing my next stream, which, as you guys can expect, I'm going to be watching the ETSU game. And that one is at 3:30. So I'll be streaming next week on the 3:30 slate. So you guys can jump on in. And then, of course, the Georgia game's also at 3:30. I'll be streaming there as well. And yeah, I'm gonna try and be streaming every single Tennessee game this year. I'm gonna be as smart with that as I possibly can be, and I hope you guys stick around for it. It was tight but not worthy of the Game of Century video. Yeah, it really wasn't. Great game, but didn't live up to the hype. There we go. Penn State finally scored. Touchdown, Nittany Lions. Who's the clown of the week? So far, it's either between Army or Boise State. But there are definitely some competitors. I'll say that much for sure. We're gonna keep close tabs on them either way. Plenty of time left, though. All the time in the world for someone to arise above and make themselves make themselves look even more like clowns. Plenty of time. Huh. Well, Bama's driving down the field on this FSU defense. 1st and 10 for Bama at the 23-yard line. Okay. I'm actually surprised Auburn showed up. Yeah, that's definitely the biggest surprise of the week so far, was that Auburn beating Baylor, because I was really high on Baylor this year. They had a lot of talent returning. Even if they did lose Dawson Pendergrass, I thought they had a lot of talent returning. But clearly my hype train was misjudged. I did not think they would fall off that hard. They got the Utah treatment maybe. One of two things is true. Baylor is washed and they're not going to be very good this year. Or Auburn's good at football again. I'm not saying which one it is. I'll leave that entirely up to your jurisdiction. Anyway, here's Syracuse here on 4th and goal. McCord all alone in the backfield, throws it, and it's batted at the line and incomplete. So there you have it. That should effectively put an end to this game. Tennessee is going to get the jump on Syracuse. And while it wasn't the best performance by any margin, survive and thrive is the name of the game. And Tennessee survived, thus they thrive. Ain't that the truth? I think we all know that to be the case. The Tennessee defensive front was not the problem today. I know that for a fact. The defensive front played their hearts out today. Got 5 sacks, 7 tackles for loss, several big-time turnovers. That wasn't the problem. The defensive backfield was absolutely the problem. And you can't contribute that to injuries because we have so much depth in the defensive backfield. So this was definitely not the Tim Banks masterclass I was hoping for. There's obviously some problems that need to be answered. I'm hoping some of the guys that we lost come back next week. Or better yet, they come back in the Georgia game. Because from the way it looks, I think we're desperately going to need Jermod McCoy in that game. We're going to find out what that looks like 2 weeks from now. Here's a handoff. Got a big hole, and it's good for 9 yards, I'd say. Yeah.
God save the Queen!
Dion should be worthy candidate for Clown of the Week after the worst clock management I've seen. No, that was really, really bad clock management, though. I mean, that was bad, like really, really bad. Because they had all the time in the world to go down the field. I don't understand what that was about. But there are definitely some big-time contenders. Yeah, Colorado. Yeah, Dion is one. Brendan Sorsby is another for what he did against Nebraska. They had all the time in the world in that game to go down the field and score, but instead he decided to play hero and heave one to triple coverage, and they made him pay for it. So he's definitely a contender. Army, obviously, I feel like that goes without saying. You lose to a team like Tarleton State after coming off one of your best seasons in program history. Yeah. You earned that spot. We'll see. Boise State is another for their performance against South Florida. They've fallen off harder than anybody's ever expected. Genty Ball was clearly the ultimate thing for them, and he gone. Pretty much their entire offense went along with him to the Raiders. I believe Tennessee will get better as the season progresses. I hope you're right. If by the end of this we're still a playoff team, I'd absolutely love that. And there's the knee by Joey, and that will effectively end it. There you have it, fellas. Tennessee is going to get the jump on Syracuse, like I previously mentioned. The Vols will win and survive and thrive. Name of the game. Start out 1-0. Josh Heupel gets another win. He's 5-0 all time in home openers, or 5-0 in openers at Tennessee. So another big win for him. And this is Syracuse could wound up being a contender in the ACC this year again. That offense, the way it looked pretty good. And if they play like that in most of their ACC games, they'll be just fine. I don't think they're going to be short of a bowl game, I'll say that much. So, good performance by Fran Brown. Put up a good fight. Unfortunately, no shower for you. You're going to go home dirty and stinky, just like your team. Unfortunate. Kent State 1-0. You should do a video. Yeah, that's the biggest surprise of the week so far. Kent State won a freaking game. How about that? Kent State won a ball game. I'm going to have to write that down in the script. I know that for sure. Yeah, let me go ahead and write that down because I know that's going to become relevant in the future. Kent State winning a ball game. How about that? But yeah, Joey Aguilar 1-0 with the Vols. Anybody that thought Tennessee was going to take a massive fall off after Nico, I mean, we still could. There's a lot of season left to be played, a lot of ball left to show, but I mean, this is a good start. You can't be mad about a 1-0 start. That's all there is to it. So I'll take it for what it's worth. Even with the bad defensive performance, we're gonna get a lot of these guys back. What is wrong with you? Freaking no, I did not. Sarai. If you know, you know. Apparently, she got summoned halfway through me speaking. But yeah, no, I'll take the win for what it's worth, and hopefully a lot of our guys are going to return when, once we get into that Georgia game, because that's a lot of the hopes and dreams lie on top of that, because that's at the end of the day, that's my goal for losing. That's my goal for the season, is at least knocking out one of those big things that's been troubling us for the last 20-something years. Beat Florida in Gainesville, beat Bama in Tuscaloosa, or beat Georgia in general. If we get one of those, then I'll be happy with where we are. Oh, Bates with the 5. Appreciate it, buddy. Sorry about the loss, by the way. He says, GG's, can I get the different league soundbite for my Orange losing? Yes, you can.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Yeah. There you have it. And for Syracuse, yeah, you had to get out, man. That's just all there is to it. You put up a good fight, I'll say that much. Don't feel bad about that performance. I think, based on that, I think Syracuse ceiling is a lot higher than I initially thought it could be. So who knows? If you got Miami on the schedule, you can beat their ass again. By the way, Tennessee is undefeated all time versus Syracuse. That moves our record up to 4-0 against the Orange. Yeah, great stuff right there. I'll post some highlights from my reaction later. Really the biggest highlight for me was the scoop and score that we had when we fumbled the ball, and then instantly we got the scoop and score. And yeah, Georgia's running all over Marshall now. Bama just scored too. Looks like, from how it looks a lot of these games are going to go as predicted. Not saying all of them will, but looks like a lot of them are sliding that way. Bama just outright destroyed that Florida State defensive front on that drive. We'll see if they can continue that. Tennessee Vols are better than 24. Well, now they are. Now they will be. We can at least say that. I don't know how high they'll go, but at least that's a good start. Still riding the high from watching Arch Manning take a massive dump on the field in Columbus. Oh, yeah. No, that was a big dookie performance right there. Big stinky performance by Texas and Arch Manning. Could not do anything until that final drive where they finally scored. And then, of course, Arch Manning did what Arch Manning did. He had an awful day. By the way, here's your stat update now that the Syracuse-Tennessee game is over. Would it surprise you guys to know that Joey Aguilar actually had less passing yards than Steve Angeli? Yes, it is true. Angeli had more passing yards than Joey Aguilar by the end of the game. The only difference is Joey Aguilar had 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, as compared to Angeli, who had 1 touchdown, 1 interception. You're seeing Willis, 91 yards, 3 touchdowns. Great game for him, but Star Thomas had a pretty good game too with 92 yards. Deshaun Bishop, 82. Peyton Lewis, 38. Aguilar even with 34 yards. That remained the same. They even had DeJuan Morris come out there and run for 2 yards. How about that? Pretty good receiving game for Braylon Staley. Chris Brazel had some pretty good attempts. Deshaun Bishop with a 23-yard, reception. Yeah, pretty good day for the offense overall. I mean, this is definitely one of our best offensive performances I've seen in a long time. And you can chop that up to it being the ACC and, their usual tomfoolery, but Syracuse, I think, is better than NC State, just being honest. I think they'll show that once they play on the field. So, yeah, I'll take the win. I'll take it for what it's worth. We have a lot of questions that need to be answered, especially on defense. But I'm a believer again. I'm a believer in the offense. I'm a believer in the program. And this is huge for the program. Absolutely ginormous for the program even. So I'll take it. I'll take it for what it's worth, without a doubt. Congratulations to Kentucky, by the way, on beating lowly Toledo. Holy Toledo. Whee! Well, there you have it. Yeah, that's really it. That's all I got. Are you gonna be streaming the LSU game? I will not be. No. I will, but I obviously I will cover all of it and the chaos and everything like that. But yeah, no. Especially on my lonesome, sitting in this room for 8 hours a week. You know, I need a little break. I need to get out. I need to do something. I can't just be sitting here for all that much time. My brain will get fried. But I will keep in tabs. I'm obviously going to be watching these games as they go along, especially Florida State, Alabama. I think a lot of people are going to keep their attention on that. I mean, the narrative around that is, of course, very important. You know, Mike Norvell, Florida State getting left out of the playoffs for Alabama back in 2023. Now that now the two teams are facing off. Pretty interesting stuff, I'll say that. Well, got the win, can't complain. Yeah, that's the best way. That's the best narrative to go with. Are you going to watch the Iowa game to see what the score is, if they can score over 40? I'll probably do what I like to do for most of these games, and you know, I'll keep tabs on the game. If it's competitive somehow going into like the second half, then like yeah, I'll keep tabs on it as it goes along. But I would expect, as well as you would, I'm sure, for Iowa to go in there and just absolutely dominate and take care of business. So I'm not going to keep too many tabs on that. You know, if they manage to score more than 25 points, and whee! And truth be told, I think there are worse offenses right now in the Power Four than Iowa. Right, despite the offensive jokes. If this doesn't say how much people disrespect Tennessee, then nothing will. This is absolutely ludicrous. Well, it all depends on where they rank us next week, because that'll kind of decide the answer. We've proven already that we're a top 25 team at the bare minimum. So, you know, it's kind of hard to go off of anything off of this game. But the haters, of course, are going to say that Syracuse sucks. They'll never win a game again. You know, they're going to go 0-12. They're the worst team ever. Possibly worst team in the history of history. I don't know. That Arch Manning hype train really died out pretty quick, didn't it? But yeah, I will say this. The offense for Tennessee looked far better than it has in previous years. So, yeah. I can at least be excited about us being able to score again. So, hooray. Yeah, they did. They tried to screw me on that when they put the Tennessee game on another channel, and then they scored as I was trying to find ESPN News. That did get me a little agitated, a little perturbed even, as Carolina Jackpot would put it. Good luck to his Gamecocks, by the way. They play tomorrow. So yeah, a lot of good action for that the rest of this week. Obviously LSU and Clemson, they play. I'll cover that probably at the half. Maybe make a post game video about it. I gotta stay up real late though. I'm probably gonna be grinding Crossroads late, or Crossroads. Damn it! See, this is what I keep doing. Sonic. Okay, the new Sonic game came. Well, it didn't come out. It was an early beta test of the game. It's the early network release. It's free to play for anybody who wants to play it. But I'll probably be playing it on Monday or Sunday live for you guys over on Tard Area Tuesdays, the Squidtard channel, the main channel. Okay, but point being, Crossworlds, as it's called, came out. The open network beta test, it came out a couple of days ago. I've been starting playing it, but I keep calling it Crossroads for whatever reason. I'm gonna try to avoid calling it that. Anyway, I'm gonna be up grinding that late because Utah and UCLA, they play at 11, and you guys best guarantee that I'm going to be awake to watch that unfold, because I'm very, very intrigued just to see how long it'll take before Nico's dad starts demanding more money from UCLA. And it could be immediately, especially if Utah wins that game. I might stream South Carolina versus Virginia Tech tomorrow. Hope we don't shit the bed. Yeah, no, hope so too. Go out and make the SEC look good. Go out and save the different leagues narrative, why don't you? FSU has 2 first downs. Woo! Wait, hold on, we gotta play the sound effect. Yeah, how'd he do it? How'd he do it? We are the SEC. We're a whole different league.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Oh, well, now a penalty pins Florida State back. They're at their own 40 now. So yeah, let's check out what's going on next week, because I'm gonna be streaming at 3:30. So I did want to see what games are on next week at 3:30. Oklahoma State at Oregon. You know, that one will probably be over in 10 seconds, but at least it's a Power 4 game. Ole Miss, Kentucky. I think a lot of people are going to keep their eyes on that one. Ole Miss and Kentucky at that time too. Austin Peay and Georgia, Troy and Clemson, Kansas, Missouri. That one's also going to be a really fun one, I bet. Kansas is 2-0 now, and Missouri is 1-0. Those two teams play next week. That's going to be a fun game. It's going to be a really fun game to watch. What else we got going on that week? Bunch of nobodies playing a bunch of nobodies. South Florida and Florida, they start their game at 4:15. Who knows how that'll pan out? I'm telling you, South Florida. I'm not saying a word. I'm not going to say anything. But that could spell trouble for Florida. I'm just throwing that out there. That could cause a little bit of trouble for the Gators. What else we got? Week 2. 7:30 is where a lot of the fun games come on. Obviously, game of the week, Michigan, Oklahoma. That starts at 7:30. Arizona State at Mississippi State. Arizona State, we have yet to see what they'll do. We'll see that later on. But Mississippi State, they did not look bad today. So if they're as good as they're advertised, they might be able to make some trouble against Arizona State. We'll see. Vandy and Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech will be looking to obviously undo the loss that they had to him last year. Diego Pavia trying to fulfill all of his narratives that he spilt, in the SEC videos that he had. We'll see if he can live up to that. Boston College and Michigan State, those two teams play. Louisiana Monroe, a rematch against Alabama. UNLV and Dan Mullen versus Nico. Holy hell. Dan Mullen versus Nico Imalivia. Oh my goodness. That one starts at 8 o'clock. And then at midnight, yes, we have a midnight kickoff actually. Sam Houston and Hawaii. Those two teams kick off literally at midnight. Boy, unless you're a real degenerate, you ain't staying up for that one. South Dakota is passing it on Iowa State's defense. Well, are they? Oh. So they are succeeding. I was going to ask if they're succeeding because passing on their defense is one thing. Succeeding by passing is a whole another. If Lenore Sellers and Joey Aguilar are the best SEC quarterbacks following week 1, that's not going to stand. I don't know how Garrett Nussmeier is going to perform today. I think Gunnar Stockton's going to look great. You can't really decide based off of 1 week, but one thing is for sure, but beyond anything else, the narratives around Tennessee falling off really, really hard after the loss of Nico, the narratives can go ahead and die off because that's definitely not how it's going to go. Hard-fought, juicy win for Tennessee. I think we can all agree on that. And Iowa State picks it off. There you go. They did not succeed. Did not succeed all that well. So, all right, guys. Well, I think that's going to do it for me tonight. I'm going to go ahead and just get back on the Worlds grind. I almost said Crossroads again. But I appreciate all of you guys for being here tonight. A long stream. We almost went 5 hours tonight. That was a long game. That game probably went longer than any Tennessee game that we had last year. That's crazy to think about, but that's the case. We grind that out as long as we possibly could. But nonetheless, we won. We took care of business. We went out there, do what we needed to do in a neutral site game in Atlanta. Now we get to go ahead and face ETSU next week, and I'll be able to watch some of these other games that go on. That I think will be very entertaining. So we'll see how that pans out. Guys, y'all are wonderful people. We are literally almost to 20K. How close are we now? So I could see if I could stream until we hit 20K. We're at 1900, 960. I'm going to go ahead and make a post about it. Because I did want to give my support to you guys. I mean, it's crazy that we're almost here. Oh, Florida State with a deep bomb on 3rd and 11. Squirrel White, of all people, burning a Bama defense. Tell me more. Squirrel White burning the Alabama defense. Where have I heard that before? That's hilarious. Squirrel White done burning the Alabama defense. And there you have it. Thomas Castellanos finishes the job. Florida State just scored. Oh, no. Uh-oh, Bama. Uh-oh. I don't think you guys realize that this might not be as easy as you want it to. Uh-oh. What a great catch by Squirrel, though. I mean, that was a incredible catch by Squirrel. Burning the Alabama defense again. Where have I heard that one before, huh? Say it ain't so. Our subscriber count is rising. Let's stick around for a little bit longer, see if we can go ahead and make that big 20K. One thing I'll say for sure, though, is that fall is in the air. It already smells like candy corn around the area, and it won't be long before we get to Halloween season. And hopefully my sports team is good enough to make me happy during the Halloween season. I'm telling you, this has been a hell of a week for me, I'll say that much. Yeah. It's been a hell of a week for me. Both, of course, in the football verse and my personal verse. For the sake of transparency, I can't explain the details, but I'm sure you'll find out sooner than later. I kind of love just teasing you guys about the future. Scott Crawford, if Bama loses, clown of the week. You might be on one. You might be on. You might have a good point there. That was crazy. Florida State defense is pumped up. 2nd and 10 for Bama. South Dakota done scored on Iowa State. 14-7 in that game. 3rd and 1 for the Cyclones. Georgia's being forced to punt by Marshall. These offenses are taking their sweet time to get going from the looks of it. Here we go. Rollout pass by Simpson. Throws deep. Might have a man. Incomplete. Thrown out of bounds. Good attempt by Bart Simpson, but it's going to be 3rd and... Oh, no, they're gonna say it's complete. Okay, never mind. Okay. There you have it. I've been here since 2018, and it's awesome to see how much your community has grown. Much more coming too, Squid. Hoping my SEC team series can help get me back on track. I hope so too, SEC, man. Y'all go subscribe to SEC football too. We had him on the podcast a couple of months ago. Great guy. Really good content he makes over there on the channel. Go check him out. Here's 2nd down for Alabama. I don't think Bama will get... If Bama wounds up sucking this year, then yeah, I think they'll get clout of the season. Well, can we see a scenario where they fire Kalen DeBozo if they go 8-4 and digress from last season? I don't know, maybe. If they lose to Florida State, that wouldn't do them any favors, but way too early to call it at this point, obviously. Run up the gut, maybe 5 or so yards for them, and it's going to be 3rd and short for Bama. All right, then, well. I'll be keeping tabs on my sub count as the day progresses. If we get to 20K, that would be sick. I don't know what I'm going to do for the special, but I've got to do something for you guys. I know that for a fact. Rolling out of the pocket again. Bart Simpson finds a wide open man over the middle. Good for a first down and then some. And they're going to be at the 25-yard line. That's what I think, Scott, this is going to go. I think Bama's offense is going to run pretty fluently today. But I guess we'll find out in due time. I had to stretch. Don't worry about that. And a quick throw by Bart Simpson to end out the first quarter. It's already the first quarter. The game just started. The game literally just started. It's already there the first quarter. All right, there we go. 7-7 all. I'm already enjoying Bama versus FSU compared to OSU versus Texas. Yeah, there's already more offense in this game than there is in the others. There's that. So far, it's not... I mean, other than Texas, it's not been a bad opening day for the SEC. The different leagues principle has been living on. I'll say that much. Obviously, a lot of time left, and you already know LSU is going to piss themselves later on today, but at least there's that.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
What else do we got going on? Yeah, oh my goodness. Louisville's beating the piss out of Eastern Kentucky. 41-0 in that game. Indiana still in a barn fight with Old Dominion, 17-7 at the half. We beat the shit out of top 25 teams. We beat the shit out of top 25 teams. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to make that a stinger at this point. We beat the shit out of top 25 teams. Yeah, right. You're really beating the shit out of Old Dominion, you freaking idiot. Holy hell, dude. Oh, yeah, it's a lose-lose scenario for you, SEC. That's the thing. BK pissing themselves would be, again, great for you, but not so great because that means Clemson wins by extension. That's all the time in the world for Clemson to piss themselves in one of their ACC games. So, I wouldn't be too worried about it. You know what I'm saying? SEC. Oh god, I didn't even think about that. That does suck because you know what that means. When LSU winds up blowing it against Clemson, that also means that the SEC is going to have a recorded loss this season to the Tank Conference. Oh dear. That's stressful. Oh, that's agonizing. Damn it. I have Clemson laying an egg against Louisville. Well, they did last year, so if they did it again, it wouldn't be the most shocking thing. But the thing is about Clemson is that, like, their defense is going to be much more improved than it was last year. Because, like, you're taking a big jump when you take Wes Godwin and replace him with Tom Allen. That is, I mean, I can't think of a better, switch than that. I mean, there really isn't. I can't stand it when these interview. Why do they do that now? They've been doing it for the last few years, but it really bothers me that they've got these coaching interviews, or like they go to the coaches and ask them questions during the game while Bama's getting their doo-doo pushed in by Florida State's defensive line, and they're sitting there asking Kalen DeBoer questions. I don't think he's in the mood to talk to you right now. You're lucky he's not doing you like Nick Saban and yelling at you. I'm not going to, so quit asking. But what if Clemson doesn't perform like we think it will? Are you talking about like all season or just against LSU? I mean, if LSU wins tonight, that would be such a huge thing for not just them, for Brian Kelly, the Brian Kelly narrative. That proves that he has some sense of mind of what he's doing on the road, or once a sense of what he's doing against big teams. Because every time I see him go out there against a strong, I can't say well endowed because that doesn't really add up. But you get what I'm saying. Brian Kelly against the top teams in the nation always finds a way to do to himself. So I don't know. Here's Bart Simpson all alone in the backfield, tries to run away from the pressure, and he's pancaked onto the floor, and it'll be a sack for the Florida State defensive front. Uh-oh. Are we living in the realm where Bama could actually be better? Are we living in a realm where Florida State's actually good again? I'm not gonna say anything, guys, but uh-oh. The Tank Knowles. The freaking Tank Knowles. Here's a 53-yard field goal for Bama. First career field goal attempt by Talty. And holy hell, he nailed it. No, he missed it. I thought he got it. It looked to me like he nailed it, but no, no, he did not. It is no good. The score remains tied. I thought he had it. Guess not. We got a tied ball game here, fellas. In the second quarter, Florida State. Oh my goodness, is it really possible they're actually better than we gave them credit for? Uh-oh. I can't. I don't know. I can't. I physically cannot wrap my head around a scenario where Bama actually loses this ball game. I just can't. I just cannot wrap my head around a scenario where they do that. If they, dude, there's no way. There's no way. Okay, they just got a really good play. Again, it's too early to call. They've got plenty of time to get it together, but if they blow this game, how does Kalen DeBoer make it through the first half of the season? 3rd down and 5 for Florida State here. Going to try and get any sort of offensive momentum going. Back to pass. Here's Castellanos. Over the middle, complete. Wide open man on the Bama defense, and it'll be a 1st down. The Tate Knowles offense is driving, and it looks like Bama's got very few answers. Scott Crawford with the 2 says, Alabama. Like in the Bama Get Out video. Greenbow, Alabama. The tennis Freshio years. My coworker told me that the Kalen DeBoer era at Alabama is going to end as quick as it began, because they're going to get real sick of stuff like this. Castellanos escapes what should have been a sack and then gets down after a 6-yard gain. Bama losing to a team that had more snow on the ground than wins last year. Think about that. Oh, I'm thinking about it. Trust me. Oh my God, Florida State. Oh my gosh, I got friends crashing out here on the Discord. I got Florida fans crashing out. They were hoping to see Florida State get executed live here on television, and instead they're watching Florida State do the exact opposite. Oh no. I miss when Alabama was doing 9-3 every season. No more, no less. I miss when Alabama was doing 9-3 every season. No more, no less every season. You might get your wish from the way it looks. This is a competitive game right now, and if FSU actually goes up, that could be some trouble. Here we go. A big run from the 30, the 20, escapes the tackle at the 30, the 10. Oh my goodness! Touchdown, Florida State. Makai Danzi, 32-yard rushing touchdown. The Gus Malzahn masterclass. Oh no, the Gus Bus masterclass. No way is this happening. Oh no, Bama. Bro. Somebody go to the message boards. Bro, somebody go to the message flood. Go to the Bama message boards right now, bro. There's no way they are sane right now. Bro, the sanity is down to 0. There's no way. This is real. This is, oh my goodness. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Bro, oh my gosh. Somebody better go check a Paul Feinbaum right now, bro. This might be the worst day of the year for Feinbaum, bro. Hey, Nick Saban, Bama needs you. Can you come back? Jolly Saint Nick?
So quit asking.
Scott Crawford with the 2 says, FSU, we're back. Oh my goodness. I'm watching, bro. I'm in my Discord group, okay, and I'm watching my Florida man friend crash out right now. This is like the worst day ever in the existence for Florida fans, bro. This is a nightmare scenario for Florida mans. I cannot believe this, bro. Nobody expected this. I mean, I didn't. We were literally talking about this like when they were doing the game day picks. We were all sitting in here going, "How stupid is it that Dez and Lee Corso is gonna pick Florida State? They might even get a first down. They're winning. They're beating Alabama right now. Is this a bigger upset than Vandy? Would this be a bigger upset than when Vandy beat Bama? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm just saying, that's not out of the realm of possibility. You know what's going to make this all the more better? I want you to think about this. You know what's going to make this all the more better? Is that no matter what happens in this game, I mean, Bama could come out and they could play strong in the second half, which I don't know if they will, but if they do, that'd be great. But you know what's going to be so special about this, even especially if they do wound up losing to the Tank Knowles, is that a couple of weeks later, they're going to inexplicably beat Georgia. Glory be thee to the SEC, huh?
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Unbelievable. Lee Corso pulled a Sheamus. This would be such a legacy way to go out though for Lee Corso. Would be to pick this game nobody expects, to win, and then they go out and win it. That would be the legacy way to go out. Bro, I'm telling you right now, if Florida State's getting the ball back here, if they score again and they go up 21-7, if they score again and go 21-7, I want you all to remember that the first thing you need to do before anything else, before you even jump up and laugh Alabama, the first thing you need to do is immediately go to the stocks and put every bit of your money in NASCAR. Whee! Don't actually do that, obviously, but you get it. You get it. NASCAR ratings are going to spike up significantly. Oh, this is hilarious. Wait a minute. Hold on. I got to check something because I'm typing back and forth between my friends. I'm eventually going to have to get off of here. But I do want to check something real quick because this is important as well. Ty Simpson's 8 of 14. So he completed 8 passes, obviously. Wow. Oh boy. Here we are halfway through the second quarter. And Ryan Williams has 2 receptions for 16 yards. Uh-oh. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm out of words. I ain't got no more words. It'd be funny if Tennessee was the only SEC team to beat an ACC team this weekend. It's not out of the realm of possibility at this rate. That's all I'm saying. I'm also in the middle of a side quest, you could say. Yeah, I'm in the middle of a secondary operation unrelated to what's going on here. Again, for transparency's sake, cannot say what it is. You will find out at some due point in the future, but cannot say what it is. But just know that it's a very important Squidtard side quest, okay? That's why I'm taking a picture of myself. I think that's a good one. I think that'll work. All right. Florida State's still driving, guys. I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, no. This is so bad. This is like so bad if you're a Florida State man. Or a Bama man, I mean. Sorry. I got that twisted because they're supposed to be the ones dying right now. This is supposed to be Bama. What happened to Bama's everything, I think, is the question we're all asking ourselves. Ty Simpson's having a struggle to complete a pass. The Bama defense looks like it's getting wrecked in the trenches. Their DBs are getting cooked. They can't tackle. The play calling is abysmal. The defense looks like it's got shades of Todd Golding all over again. When he was bad. Not good, but bad. It's a nightmare scenario. What the hell do you do here? Here he goes again. He's going. Oh my goodness. This is a legacy night for Squidtard. I mean, this is like one of the nights of all time. No. One of the greatest nights of all time for Squidtard. This is a legacy night. This is like when we beat Bama back in 2022. A legacy night. And look, a part of that is due to the side quest. I'll go ahead and admit that. But this is beautiful. This is I don't even care if Georgia's winning right now. I'm watching this. Here they go again. Up the gut. Another gain. Yeah, bro, Red's got to be pissed, bro. He lost his As the Doke Burns. He's going to have to create a new series, As the Gump Burns. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Keep it up, Gus. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, again, a lot of time, but Florida State is doing whatever they want to right now. They are making a statement tonight. No matter what happens, I got to give a hell of a lot of credit to them for that. I think we can all know this for a fact. They're not going 2-10 this year. This is a completely different squad than the one we saw last year. They have rebuilt everything from the ground up, and obviously it's panned out in the best way imaginable. Guys, this is a legacy night for me. I just want to make that clear. This is a legendary night. This is like we're not even night yet. It's not even 5 o'clock, and already I'm cooking. Malzahn's cooking. Iowa State's doing something. Penn State. Look at Penn State. Penn State's got an offense again. 20-3 over Nevada. Woo! What else we got going on? Because I am on cloud 69 right now. Let's go. Holy Cross in Northern Illinois, 3-3. Oregon already up 17-0 over Montana State. Heard they already had a turnover, though. Let's check back in on that. I want to see. I think they've already had a turnover. It doesn't even let you know. Data's unavailable. Okay, great. Thanks. What else we got here? Yeah, Louisville, Eastern Kentucky, 41-7 at half. Indiana finally learned to score, and they're now beating Old Dominion 24-7. Good for them. Whoop-de-friggin-do. Oh my goodness. What else we got? Memphis, Chattanooga. Hey, Memphis, look at them. 7-10. 7-0 over Chattanooga. Woo! Whoop-de-friggin-do. Arkansas, the big time squad. Look at that. They're not stabbing themselves in the back as they usually do. They're up 10-7 over Alabama A&M. That's another loss for Alabama right there, it looks like. This is just a legacy night for me. Oh my goodness. And think about it for a second, okay? I'm cooking in my side quest. Bama's getting cooked by Florida State. That could hold. The channel and you guys are cooking by potentially getting me to 20,000 subscribers here on YouTube. I mean, this is a legacy night. And the season began, and Arch Manning's hype train is already derailed into the abyss. Woo! Not JFKH says, oh my goodness, Squid's getting a date. Again, for transparency's sake, I'm not allowed to say anything on that. I'm not going to tell you what it's about. May not be, may be, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything. Just know that I'm cooking, and it's great and it's wonderful. And you guys are partially responsible, and I do love you guys for that, and a whole lot more. I love you guys for a variety of reasons. So Florida State kicks a field goal. They're now up 17-7. Yeah, no, this is insanity, boys. This is insanity. I want to see. Let me go check on my Florida fan. I'm sure he's crashing the hell out right now. Discord. Well, I know this for a fact. The Discord chat is popping off. The Discord is going absolutely insane. That's for certain. I mean, we all should have known that. Oh. Maybe my sister's excited. I think we're all happy. I think we're all very, very happy about this, about the current events unfolding right now. And because they're winning, now I feel like I got to root for Florida State. What position am I in, fellas? I don't know. Maybe the ukulele was the problem. Maybe. Maybe. Third down and 3, dump off, first down. Yeah. No, I mean, we all kind of expected that Bama's just not going to float around and die. I don't think it's going to be like the Oklahoma game where they just get absolutely obliterated. But this does have shades of the Michigan game that they played, where they just sort of get beat up front and then they just can never recover. Where they just get dominated in the first few moments of the game, and then from that point onward, they're just fighting back the entire game. But this is, oh my gosh, Bama, man, wide open. He catches it, but he slips before he can even get the extra 5 yards he needs for the first down. They look lost, man. They look missing from action almost. It is raining in Tallahassee. There you go, man. There's hey Bama, there's your excuse, baby. There's your excuse. Where's the weather, Squidtard? The daggone weather, Dr. Daddy, moving that damn big. The daggone weather got in the way. We would have beaten the Florida State had it not been for the daggone weather. Yeah, that's literally. You did what in this cup? That's literally y'all. Literally y'all. Look, and you know, I like to rag on certain fan bases more than others, like Nebraska, for example. I troll the shit out of Nebraska fans all the time, and some of them take it with a chip on their shoulder. Some of them, they're not going to talk shit back, and that's fine. Some of them will, and then, some of them say, yeah, I'm not watching this channel anymore. But, like, whatever. And it's fun to rag on them for stuff like that, and I do the same thing for a lot of other fan bases. And sometimes, I will admit, it does get a little exhausting to rag on the same fan base. I like to mix it up. I like to get everybody in. I promise you, it'll never ever get tired. I'll never get tired of ragging on Alabama. I'll never get tired of that. Never in a million years. Bama could be 0-12, and everybody else in the nation could feel sorry for him. I won't. I'll say. I'll come back the next week and laugh at you. I wish I could be doing the same for Georgia, but naturally going up against Marshall, we kind of all should have expected that they'd handle business there. So, are we staying up to watch the Fighting Nicos? I unfortunately can't. Thing is, the walls in this house are like if you fart, like everybody in the house would be able to hear it, basically. And that's a problem because, if I'm speaking even like this, more than likely I'm going to wake up somebody in the house, and I just don't want to do that. So, yeah. Which probably means I won't be able to stream tomorrow or Monday either, which does suck. Actually, let me check, because I think... Okay, I should be able to stream for Virginia Tech, South Carolina, if you guys want to watch that. I should be able to stream for that game as well. So yeah, we'll see. The thing that sucks about week 1 is that week 1, rather than everything being on a Saturday or sometimes a Friday, everything is on different days. We had games Thursday, Friday, a lot of games today, obviously, but then we have some tomorrow, and then we even have one on Monday. So I can't really finalize everything until Monday night. And that does create some complications, which I'm sure I'll be able to find a way to work around, but that's just the way it goes more often than not. Will you stream? I can't stream for Notre Dame Miami. That's going to be too late at night. Because my sister, she has school, and she has to go to sleep somewhere around the range of anywhere from 9:30 to 10 o'clock. And, you know, by that point, the game will more than likely only be at halftime. And I just don't want to risk anything. Don't want to put anybody in a bad position. Don't want to wake her up, anything like that. So, up until I move away, which will be at some point in the distant future. I don't know when. Thing is, I've got to get out of college first. This is my last semester, so maybe I'll be able to get out of things sooner than later. Let's check in on that subscriber update, shall we? Bet, all right. We're about 30 away. 30 away from the big 20K. Don't give a piss about nothing but the Tide. Roll Tide. Here's 3rd and 4. Ty Simpson all alone. Here go Bart. Bart gonna try and get there. Bart can't get there. 4th down. It's 4th down. 1:47 left to go. If Florida State scores here, legitimately, this could be like Oklahoma. That's about the best I can do for an Alabama fan impression. Yeah, I'm gonna try and stream South Carolina, Virginia Tech tomorrow. I should be able to. Now I'm not gonna make any promises because things come up. I think we might be trying to have a movie night tomorrow night, and if that does happen, it might have to, cancel that. But we'll see. We'll find out in due time what the plan is. I'll let you guys know. Either way, though, everything should go according to plan. I'll be, of course, working on College Football Chaos throughout this week. Along with many other things. In case you guys are wondering, the side quest is going really, really good. So there's that too. Again, there'll be plenty of updates on that and a whole lot more in the future. Great things are coming to this channel, and hitting 20K I think is going to continue to keep that momentum flowing. So I can't explain enough how thankful I am for you guys for doing that and for getting me to this point. This is just the start of the season. The season ahead, I'm sure, is going to be a spectacular one. And with shit like this happening with Florida State and Bama, oh boy. That's all I can really say. Congrats on the win. Thanks, Sniperway. Appreciate it. Hard-fought win. The defense doesn't look all that great, but it's things that... It's fundamental issues that we can adjust to before we get to the Georgia game. So we'll see how it pans out. Are Tennessee and Memphis the only teams in Tennessee that aren't complete dog shit? Well, I mean, Vandy. We have yet to see Vandy. Remember, Vandy plays this week, don't they? Vandy plays Charleston Southern. Now, if they don't cover versus Charleston Southern, you probably have a point there, but we'll see. We don't give a damn about nothing but the Tide. Roll Tide, let me tell you down here. Roll Tide. Oh, this is wonderful. I'm getting a real kick out of this. In case you guys aren't aware, I'm getting a real big kick out of this. There's another nice little run right there by Florida State. Pavi is going to piss all over the SEC. Hey, it'd be entertainment for the rest of us. I know that for a fact. Can you please do your best LSU Ed Orchard? Football. Go Tigers. I've got a little bit of that Cajun energy in me. Again, my dad is he was born in Alexandria down in Louisiana, so that goes a long way in helping my accent. 3rd down and 2, Florida State at their own 28. Man moving in motion. Going to be a handoff on the outside. Good enough for the first down? Yes. Yes, it is. They've got a timeout to work with. 36 seconds left to go. I don't think I have the Alabama thing as a stinger, unfortunately. I do have this, though.
I'm not going to, so quit asking.
And speaking of Ed Orgeron.
Roll that one. Fuck you.
Ain't that the truth?
This is college football at its absolute best.
Oh, my goodness. I should have played this one last night.
Auburn's gonna win the football game.
1st and 10 for the Seminoles at the 31-yard line. Outside run. Look at him go. Nothing much doing there. Boy, this is going to be interesting because, well, it's a lot like Auburn Baylor. It's pretty much exactly like Auburn Baylor. Because one or two things is true. First of all, here's 2nd and 8 with 30 seconds on the clock. They're going to do a lot of plays out of bounds because they want to try and get down there and kick a field goal. Low snap turns into a fumble, and that one is completely wrapped up. They got to get on the line fast. Clock's going down. They're either going to do that or they're going to have to take a timeout. Take a timeout, Norvell. Mike Norvell, what is he doing? Take a timeout. Oh, my God. Pansy ass, yeah, they just let the clock run out. This is the biggest game of your life. How are you going to let the clock run out, bro? Yeah, there you have it. That's what they'll do, though. Florida State up 17-7 over Alabama. Absolutely significant upset in the making here. Legacy upset even. This would flip the entire SEC on its back because both of the contenders are going. If they lose, both the contenders will be out, and it'll make, unfortunately, my arch rival the front runner of the conference for the time being. Whether how that pans out throughout the rest of the season, completely undetermined. But they get both Texas and Alabama at home plus Ole Miss. God, I would hate. The possibility of Georgia running through the conference seems to be expanding at an exceeding rate we've never seen. So we'll keep tabs on that, but that'll take it to the half. All right, guys, I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. For real. Just bless me. All right. Let me check the subscriber count one last time. Yeah, we're about 30 away. Appreciate all you guys for being on here tonight. Great win by the Vols. Great win by the team. Good try by Syracuse. You did try your hardest. Hopefully, y'all can. Hopefully, Fran Brown can take a shower next week. I don't know. We'll find out all about that. But yeah, we'll see. I'll see you guys next week at 3:30. And FBS report going to be on Tuesday instead of Monday. So yeah, I'm sure Red will update some of you guys about that as well. But yeah, that's how that's going to be. But yeah, Florida State up 17-7 over Bama. I'll be keeping tabs on that, keeping tabs on everything else. Good win by the Vols. At least we're 1-0. Survive and thrive is the name of the game at the end of the day. So I'll see you guys next time. Love y'all. And as always, power to Tardaria and go Big Orange, because we actually won a